everyone. Welcome on in. Oh, I should probably add that maybe in the stream title. Also, oh god, it's like actually summer. Somebody is mowing their lawn literally as I start stream. Like, I don't want to close my window. It's very warm, but I'm kind of hoping that they like lose interest, or maybe I'll put up like a noise gate or something. I'll figure that out in a minute. We have rainbows today, but first let's check the quality options. All right, we've got transcoding. May turn on the closed captions, and then I will get the announcements sent, and we will get inside the box, which is going to be exciting. Discord and Twitter. I always have to be careful. I feel like I frequently tweet with typos and misspellings. It's fine. It's fine, I'm sure. Also, I did not do a... Okay, it works. And there's Sun also. Hello, Sun. Congratulations. Actually, I suppose I'll want to keep that handy for the flashlight, because we have holos to play with. Hey, Color, welcome. And Cheese. Lucky, you say. I wonder if any of your viewers would agree with that, or if they would say that maybe it's, you know, maybe the fact that you practiced. As if practice could actually pay off. We'll also, of course, be switching up this manicure, even though, like, honestly, I could have worn this a little while longer. There's a polish in motion of this on YouTube that shows a lot more like the purple and the blue than wants to show up under the ring light. But I realized I've had this on, I think it was 2 weeks this past Wednesday. So this has been wearing really well, except for the gaming thumbs, except for the fact that I use a controller a lot. So there is unfortunately that, but the rest of the manicure is worn really, really well. Neris, hello. I also may have a patch under here that needs repair. This one, like, it's been catching a little bit, like in my hair, but it might just be like, I don't know, the fact that my hair is very catchy right now. Number one, like, we got a lot of hair going on here, and also just like it could just be like a little catch in the polish, not necessarily the patch failing, but we shall see. RGL, hello. You guys, can you hear the lawnmower? Is the mic picking up the lawnmower? And if so, on a scale of 1 to 10, how annoying is it? Enjoy your lurk, Purple. Can't hear it. Okay. The wonders of... What is it called? It's shaped like a heart. Cardioid? Hey, Flamingo. Spacey. I almost called you Spicy. Welcome. Yeah. I hesitated a very long time on the music. I was like, I don't know how I feel about that, but like everybody pretty much likes it. It's just nice mellow background music, very unobtrusive, but helps keep it from just being dead silent when I'm not talking. You can hear it, but not annoying. Okay. Like, I mean, I could try to set up an audio filter. It was like literally as I'm starting stream, they start mowing. How you doing, buddy? Picked a winning horse for the first time. Cool. Hey, Raspberry, welcome. So, y'all know. If you don't know, it was a little bit of a journey to to me getting these. I thought maybe we would be doing this last weekend or, you know, something like that, but it's fine. We're doing it now. And congratulations on the win, not on having no money, by the way. I just realized I was like, you know, that could be taken like, haha, like, no, like, Tiger Mama, you are not late. We have not opened it. I mean, well, I've opened it, but I haven't played. I haven't put a flashlight on them or anything like that. So, the box, number one. You guys know I love the boxes. This is a good box. It's an extra long box. Oops, that's not the button. This is the button. I think we'll probably have to... Oh. Okay, y'all are getting like a hint of what's going on here. Like, do you understand? Are you beginning to understand? Like the box? Are there rainbows in my heart? Like, it's rainbows everywhere. All the rainbows. Fuck yes, rainbows. Rainbows? Those two. Sure. Like it's like water reflections except hollow. I'm trying to get it where I'm not like exactly like with the light reflection on there too, but like it's really cool. I like it a lot. Hey, Marthy, hello. The lavender one I have seen a lot of people say is like their new favorite. Also, Tree Theory, hello. I don't think I actually said the high word. What's it look like over here on Beanie's camera? So you can kind of see like the pattern over here. Oh, and like hints of like... Oh. It's cool. I mean, it's cool. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Yeah. Also, what can we do? Like here? No, it's not as rainbowy here. Oh, I lied. It's like some kind of pastel oil slick situation. Purple. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support. 2 months. You are here just in time. Like, I don't want to dilly-dally too much, but I also don't want to like jump too immediately into it. I almost was on with my estimate of time today, but I was not on actually though, because this is actually not before 6 o'clock though. LJ, hello. Only stay for about 30 minutes. I'm glad you could pop in. Ooh, sorry for the cracking. Completely unconscious. Angie, hello. If you can hear that, that's Clark. My window is like wide open. It's like, it's almost hot. If it was more humid, it would be hot. But as it is, it's just like very, very, very warm. But yeah, it was like, I didn't really think about how long it had been since I had done a nail stream, and I was like, wait a minute. Like, I kept being like, I need this, and this before I can like push the button. So yeah, ghostly hollow oil spill rainbows on the box, and then hollow rainbows inside the box, and more like oil spilly looking. Thirsty for hollow. Like, I'm sure it's probably not picking up as loud for you as it is for me, but it's like, it was so peaceful here right before I started streaming. Now there's dogs barking. The lawnmower has stopped, thankfully. Now Clark just needs to shut the fuck up. Okay. My wish has been granted. Also, Ray, hello. So yeah, thirsty for Holo, but of course, don't drink the Holo, you guys. Don't drink the Holo. Oh, Benny, you've just made yourself very long in the opposite direction of which I thought you were. It's okay. There's still room, I think. Can I put the box here? Are you cool with that? Are you cool with that, Benny? Eternally screaming hello. I'm guessing you saw when that box was in this whole big camera. All right. So we'll do unboxing, first impressions, etc. We'll do swatches. Maybe one set, maybe two sets. We'll see. And then we'll do testing. I mean, I want to do water marble testing, of course, because it's my thing. It's the thing that I do. Oh, fuck. Stay. Good boy. Lorca, hello. Yeah, no, enjoy your lurk eternally. I hope you can. Oh, look at! Can you? It's popping even without a flashlight. I hope you can enjoy the color therapy while in your lurk. Okay. Hold on. Like, I've seen people's pictures of this at this point, of course, obviously. Oh, shit. Hold on. Shimmer me timbers. Yeah. So holotaco.com. Yeah, also, disclosure, I do have it in my title because I remembered an update because I'm a pro streamer. PR, I got these for free. My opinions are my own. I'm a fangirl. I like them a lot already. I've only looked at this one, which is this is Pink Fizz. They all have drink names. It's like a drink inspired collection. I really like the fact that they coordinate so well with the original collection. Like, I've seen a lot of people doing stuff with both of them. I mean, Lorca, I'm not gonna say that there's no other amazingly holo brands out there, but honestly, a lot of them are indies, and a lot of them, like, when I think of like what would probably be comparable to Holo Taco, it would probably be like ILNP, and I have like less than a dozen ILNP total. So while they might have something that's comparable to this, like in my collection, this stands out. But I know some of you guys have collections of indie stuff like that's a lot larger than what I have. So I like them because, well, number one, you guys know I'm a big fan of the formula because it water marbles and it stamps. A lot of holos do water marble and stamp, but these are really nice and opaque in my I mean, I'm expecting these to act like the original collection, except they're pastel, right? We'll see if they live up to the expectation. But like, I love that they coordinate with, like, because I mean, there's pink and then there's pink, and you can have two pinks that don't really go together. Like, the way that these coordinate with the original rainbow collection is really nice. Tiger Mama, I think, like, I've never been a biter, so I don't know that I have, like, really good advice for biters, but I always feel like if you put time in on your nails, hello camera, can we, like, maybe focus? There we go. You know, if you don't want to mess up your hard work. Also, it just makes them stronger. I mean, some people also, like, the polish makes them maybe more likely to pick because there's something there to pick. But I wish you good luck with that, for sure. All right. Next up, hello, is Coral Chaser. Which, I mean, maybe that is, I don't know if these are all named after, like, actual drinks. What is a pink fizz? What is a Coral Chaser? I don't know, but I mean, they sound like drinks. It's fine. I'm not often a huge fan of coral. This actually reminds me a lot of, I don't feel like it's a pink enough orange to necessarily be a coral, but maybe that's my interpretation of coral, and it's not necessarily completely universally accepted or accurate. Like, okay. I mean, they're all going to be like that, but I mean, what is it about a holo? What was your guys' very first holo polish? I'm trying to think of the answer for myself, and I'm not sure if I actually know. I remember when I very first started blogging, one of the very first large, like, beauty supply orders that I placed was for the entire China Glaze OMG collection, the original OMG collection, the 12-piece. I wish they'd re-released it as a 12-piece. Camera, please. Peach tea. Okay. Just as comparison. I guess when I look at it here, like, it is pinker compared to peach tea. This is coral. If you get too much holo, of course, then they both start looking the same, but... Also, I mean, a smooth surface. Surface. I was gonna say, I'm sure there's a lot of people in the community that have gone through it. Yeah, a 26-year biter would help you stop because it was so pretty. Yeah, color expression also, yeah, like, don't put your hands in your mouth. I don't do it often, but sometimes I do it, like, not even, like, around necessarily my nails or my cuticles, but just, like, my knuckle. Yeah, there are definitely, like, I try not to be a brand snob, but, I mean, if you only are gonna have one brand to love, like, this is not a bad brand to have be that brand. Especially now, like, now that she's branched out into, you know, like, 2 years worth of collections, and she's been concentrating on, like, you know, creating a base. I feel like the For Art's Sake bundle, and whenever she releases the rest of the creams, then there'll be, like, a base. You know, there's several rainbow holos, and then there's rainbow flakies, and then pretty soon there'll be a full rainbow cream base. Like, I mean, like a baseline, like baseline colors. Oh. Literally takes no time at all. You know, I'm not too much of a gin person. Maybe that's why I don't know about that one. I don't know if I don't think I actually even watched the video on this. I've been seeing a lot of pictures on social media, but I don't think I actually watched the release video. I'm not on YouTube enough lately. Plus, usually I like to, like, I mean, I'm not exactly going into this blind, but I like to, you know, make my own mind up before I'm like, what is this supposed to be type of a situation, if that makes sense. That might not be good wording. That would not surprise me because y'all know words are hard. Anyway, that one is peach tea. I know a lot of people, I feel like a lot, you're either seeing them posted as like the whole collection done as like, you know, either Skittles or like a gradient or ombre or whatever, or like a handful of the other colors. Like, I don't feel like I've seen Coral Chaser on its own a lot, but I feel like I've seen Peach Tea on its own a lot. Ooh, and this one, Lemon Spritzer. This is kind of a unique color. I don't know that I've seen a lot of this in other brands, either things that I own or things that I have just seen. Lemon Spritzer is a pale yellow holo, but like it really is though. Like it's not gold, it's light yellow. I like this. Camera, please. Ooh. And of course, hold on. Don't you love unexpected and uninvited guests? I'm tempted to just be like, you know, but I'm gonna take like 5 minutes. I will be right back. I'll be right back. I apologize, you guys. Oh my god. You guys know I've been looking forward to this for like literally weeks, and like I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm hold on. That was, if you heard the whistle, that was no. I'll be right back. I'll explain when I get back, and we can talk, and we can look at more rainbows. We can look at these while I'm gone. Hi. Okay. How's everybody doing? Oops, that's not the button I meant to press. I said, why the fuck did you not text me? Anyway, what did I miss? Chat, people coming in. Jose, hello. Gidge, oi. The 2-ounce Sesh V bottles are OP. No, I'm not. No, there was no murder that took place. I was glad to see her. I just wasn't glad to see her fucking right now, though. Ember, hello. Like I'm like happy, a little bit mad, a little bit just like, of course. Like it just figures of all the times and all the places and all the people, like, of course. Which one are you liking, Gidge? There's not really a red one. It's kind of interesting, actually. I'll bring out the original collection once I'm done with these two to like compare them. Well, so I don't know. Did you guys hear the whistle? Was that audible on stream? I'm surprised by what the mic picks up and does not pick up. It's always a little bit surprising. Oh, I left my flashlight on because we're looking at rainbows. Yeah, that's the hey, you have a message downstairs, because otherwise I can't hear people hollering at me. And the message was, your friend who hasn't stopped by in a while has stopped by. And I'm like, are you joking me? And I didn't just want to be like, send her on her way. Like, that would, like, you know, like, she's a good friend. I'm not just going to be like, no. But, like, the timing, like, the literal timing. I told her, like, dude, text. I could have just, like, delayed stream a little bit or something. If I'd seen the text. I admit I'm not great at texts. I made a resolution with my new phone that I would learn how to mute specific things so that I could keep the volume on for important things, right? So instead of, because that was the thing, on my old phone, I just got so sick of notifications, I was just like, well, fuck it, it's just going to be on mute. And I did that, and then I kept having to mute it for stream, and then I forget to unmute it after stream, and then everything is still muted. Just bring her on stream, yeah. I don't know, nobody in my real life seems to have absolutely any interest on being on stream. But like, yeah, so it was like, I was like, I could have, you know, it would not have been a huge deal of me to be like, you know what, guys, I'm going to start at 6 instead of 7. Or reverse those numbers around. 7 instead of 6. And we could have had like at least like a short time to hang out. Because she didn't have a long time to stay anyway, but it was like intended to be for more than 5 minutes. But I was like, anyway. This is lemon fizz. No, this is lemon spritzer. What is a fizz? Pink fizz, coral chaser, peach tea, lemon spritzer. I'm gonna have a hell of a time remembering these names. All equally hollow. Anybody who just got here. Okay, it landed on my keyboard. It just sounded really loud. They're all very, very hollow. Kind of blindingly so. Of course, we have the slightly jank flashlight. That's the first half. This one, like, I think this one was the one that a lot of people were really, really looking forward to, because this is the one that Christine spoiled so badly in her Oats promo. Mint Mojito, right? Yeah, Mint Mojito. You have pink fizz on right now, Joey. Nice. I mean, okay, so after, I don't recall if I ever finished unboxing, swatches, water marble testing. I want a water marble with these, of course. I mean, the original collection is pretty hollow too. How many? I hope I can find all of them for comparison. Well, let me finish first. Also, who's burning something? Somebody's got like a fireplace going or something. Same color as her custom, what are they? Chocolate mint overnight oats. They're all just really, really brightly hollow. Sunlight, of course, is best, which, if I record a tutorial, do I want to delay it beyond tomorrow so that I can have sunlight pics to include with it? Because we're not going to finish while it's still sunlight out here. And it's not going to even be sunlight out tomorrow. Gidge, you have to be patient. Gidge always be trying to skip ahead. Enjoy the mint, Gidge. Enjoy the green hollow. Choo choo, choo 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 choo. Pew! Like lasers, you get it? Sound effects. Yeah. Okay. The 6th color is Sparkling Water. Oh yeah, you said you got that. I remember that now. And I would say this is like a very, very neutral blue. I don't feel like it leans green. I don't feel like it leans purple. It's like very blue. If that makes sense. Also extremely hollow. And where is the purple? Where is the purple? The purple is right here. Like Party Punch, but red. Party Punch is red. Lavender syrup. This is the other one that I would say I've been seeing the most on its own. It's a very nice purple compared to the blue. And it is just as hollow as all the others. Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeedy. Oh. I mean, is this one automatically my favorite because it's purple? I mean, maybe. Maybe. So, I guess the coral is standing in as the red. Is that true? Yeah. Camera, you wanna? Here. Let's focus. And turn off the autofocus. Okay, let me find the originals. I mean, you guys, the OG Rainbows have hollow. I don't know what y'all are talking about. I don't know what y'all are talking about. More rainbows. Y'all are silly. Where are... You know, I may need to, like... Where the hell are the rest of the hollows? Are they in here? Hold on. Okay, hold on, hold on. One more. Question mark? Yes, okay. Yes. We're gonna water marble the whole pastel rainbow. Whoa. Graceful. Okay, so it's not less hollow. Hello, flashlight. This is fucking pick another class for your chorus, Tiger Mama. Do it now. Oh, come on, flashlight. You're my crappy flashlight, but you have a purpose. Or I could just like stop being lazy and turn out the light and get my good flashlight. Oh, is Butt Spot being flirtatious again? Picking favorites. Okay, like everything is shiny. Okay. Like if we were to pick something out, like there's lots of hollow in here. Are these more hollow? The bottle is more full. I mean, what is my fullest? I mean, a lot of times I use these as the full rainbow, so I don't know that I have one that's like, you know, I mean, this is an original. This is OG collection. This row is the OGs. This row is the pastels. Like, I don't know that I would say that these are more hollow. Perhaps you notice more of the hollow because there is less color. I don't think they're more hollow. Yeah, less saturated rainbow. They're very pretty. I mean, even if I were to concede that they had more hollow, which I'm not, like, okay. Ooh, you got a sparkly like that. I feel like I know that scene, even though I don't know if I've seen The Legend of Nim. Okay, so at some point, I definitely want to do something with all 14. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Rainbows? Rainbows. 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 Holo is great overall. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe like a gradient of these with a stamp of these on top could be really cute. We'll have to see. I don't know. Wait a minute. Where I need to... So, some of these are a little bit settled. I'm glad I was able to lay hands on the whole collection, despite my slight disorganization. Holo, holo. We got some Stardew in there too yesterday. After 106. Like, I had to look in 3 different places to find them all, but I did find them all. And I'm gonna put them all back properly in their drawer right now. All right. And put the box away so the beanie can have his whole chair. Rainbow shards, so technically, how about Choo Choo? How do we fit Choo Choo into the rainbow storyline lore? Hey, Music Gal, hello. I was just shoving all the boxes back inside the other box. Very pretty box. And we were just comparing the 2 collections side by side. I really like... Somebody outside is like grilling or cooking, and all of a sudden I just smell food and I'm starving. So pretty, thank you. Well, I mean, like I have anything to do with it. Oh, hey. Nope. This flashlight is like... It's like flickering and flashing on and off. Here we go. Very, very hollow in all cases. With water marbling, maybe I should do the swatches first, but I want to like kind of think about this while I'm swatching also. Like when we were doing the other rainbow collection, one thing we struggled with was getting the entire rainbow on my nails, and I think my nails were probably a little bit longer than they are right now. So I'm very slightly concerned on that. I mean, the other idea would be to do sort of a gradient of marbling, using like 2 or 3 colors each nail. Would that work? Wilmot's warehouse where we store the holo. You guys want black swatches first or white swatches first? I don't know which one will show up better on camera for these. Which is the main reason to do more than one kind of swatch. Black, please. What's today? The 1st, right? Wow. It's May. That seems kind of silly. You guys want to be a tiny bit closer? I saw that. I've seen that meme a couple places today. Probably will have to do 2 coats to get full opacity, but that's okay. I think it's really interesting. We talked about this a little bit when we were working with the neons as a rainbow, quote unquote. How depending on how the rest of the rainbow is composed, how certain colors can pass for colors that they aren't actually. Dinner time. Enjoy your dinner, Nani. In this case, it's the coral that's kind of the odd one, standing in for the red. I saw the one, I'm kind of running out of space here, with Justin Timberlake. Oh man, I should have made these smaller. I regret everything. I forget that this notebook is a little bit skinny. Oh, god damn it. Lack of aesthetic spacing. Rip. Yeah, but like I actually, like the one I saw actually had his picture on the black right now at 1 coat. This does not read very purple at all. Interesting. But they do read rainbow altogether. Alright, second coat. Oop, glom. Slight glom. I was doing so well at being neat. And then as soon as I start the second round, I instantly glom. I'm trying not to dilly-dally too much with the swatches. Not that I dislike long nail streams, but I do possibly think I may have slightly overdone it over the past couple days. Had some really long streams. But I had so much fun. But I really should try not to do quite that long streams all in a row, I think. I think we get back to doing some nail art. That will help break it up too, because then we'll have more frequent nail streams. So there's the second coat. These kind of remind me of a more intense, what does anybody remember what that ILNP very pale rainbow holo collection was called? Like even paler than this. I also kind of like, I was planning on probably cutting my nails, but like if I want to do something rainbow on them, I'm probably not cutting them right now. I've really enjoyed having this. I never did end up mattifying this. I think probably because when I used it for Water Marble March, I wore it matte. So that kind of filled that desire. Okay. So let's do a quick round of swatches over white and then get to the water marble testing. This notebook is wider, so we don't have to be quite as worried about fitting on the page. Yeah, as far as like the formula, they feel very similar to the originals. Like it's a very fine hollow. These probably stamp. I'm not going to be testing that today, because I'd like to not have an 8-hour nail stream. Like the different, hey, does it do this? We could get drawn down. Are to be avoided. Like with rainbow frosting amethyst. Tea party. Sorry, is that better? I don't think I need to zoom out. I just need to be in frame. My bad. Yeah, I really like mint mojito. I'll do flashlight time on both sets of swatches too, just to see which one the camera likes better. I'll do 2 coats on these too, even though it's less needed. I mean, the colors definitely. Something about just being over the black. Also, like, there's just like this angle of light. Like, you're getting a very light with a sheen of hollow over the whole thing. I can see why people are really liking wearing these on their own, because with like top coat to smooth it out even more. Like, if that's the indoor shift to hollow that you're getting, that's so pretty. Hey Nate, thank you. Okay, second coat. Hey, Connor. Coming in with the raid. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Colette, and I'm a nail artist and variety streamer. And I'm actually doing, well, not yet, but we're just doing some swatches right now. We're going to be doing some nail art shortly. For the first time in a while, we're going to need to do some nail maintenance too. I mean, who am I lying? I ain't messed with my cuticles in far longer than cuticles should not be messed with. Maybe we'll do that next, before I get into the water marbling. Oh, I didn't finish talking about that earlier. Nate is just saying hi to you in a regular ass name, Gidge, because you gave him a regular ass hello. He's rewarding your good behavior instead of calling you Fidge or Godge. Nice. Marissa Audience is a very good category. I like the concept. Sounds like a good idea. And PBs are always just a freaking good feeling. So GG's. Free time save. No, Gidge, why? That's not the point. I didn't tell you so you could ruin it. Why, when I tell you that you're being rewarded for good behavior, do you go immediately back to the not good behavior? Nate doesn't want to be butt. Nate doesn't care about being butt. Nate is Nate. When, you know, let's look at last year's full rainbow water marble. How about that? Will I find it if I search this way? Yes. That me. Okay. Let's... Oh, come on here. Probably shouldn't be watching ads on my own video. Okay, skip. Hold on, y'all. Here it comes. Hold on. Hold on. Computer, can you not handle playing a video at the same time that I'm streaming, honestly? Why? Why is my computer like this? Okay. Oh, maybe not. Okay, hold on. How do I show you guys this? This one. Okay. Like here. So, my nails were actually not that long there. The thing is, so when we were testing for that, one of the things was like making sure that the whole rainbow showed up on every nail. So, do I want to like try to brainstorm some other shapes, or do I just want to like revisit this but maybe point the chevron in the opposite direction? Question mark. Also, I can't see chat right now. I'm completely just reminiscent in my head. Also, I'm trying to remember. I think I pulled through the whole entire design for this. Did I? Well, actually, let's see. How much of a... Hello? Oh, I'm literally trying to click it on my fucking OBS overlay. I'm smart. I'm so smart, y'all. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 drops. Yeah, we were doing single dips for precision. This part. From here up to here. I was considering ways that I could like what if I did the whole rainbow, but then maybe like a couple drops of black in the middle, and then possibly just pulled from the middle. Then you'd have like a little black triangle here. Would I really want that at the tip though, or would that look cuter at the cuticle? But that would still be a way of differentiating it. Of course, we're working with pastels. Do I really want a black? Also, we're working with pastels. Do I want a white base? Like often holos pop more over black, but sometimes they can pop so much that the design is obliterated. I used white for this, I'm pretty sure. Sorry, chat. I can see you again. Yeah. Still hate it. Yeah, I even considered like the same way, just like a complete like. How does the pastel collection stack up against the OG Rainbows? I mean, when I think about it, I mean, we chose that direction for a reason. Also because of dipping. Actually, that's a good point. Self. Like when you're dipping, like you're dipping in a cup. Oh, you can't see my hand. Imagine you can see me. Like imagine putting your finger into a cup, trying to get the tip of your nail close to the edge versus trying to get your cuticle close to the edge. Your cuticle can't get right next to the edge because you have a knuckle, right? So it's always easier to get the tip of your nail closer to the edge of the cup. I mean, the other option is one of the lightest holos, but sometimes that can do kind of weird things too, as far as like holo on holo and the reflections. I'm doing it again. I'm clicking on OBS to fucking unpause it. Like you can see here, well, you can't really see. Okay, that's actually a horrible dip shot past self. But I mean, I think you guys understand the basics. Okay, I'm really worried about getting it centered. Apparently, this is very slow and out of focus. Oh my god, I hate all of it. Okay, let's just go to the end. Let's go to here. My nails are longer, or at least the same length as they were, I think. Where am I? So, presuming that they spread the same. I mean, if we went for the same as being... How did I... Yeah, no, I guess so. And then that would be in the center. And then that would be... Wait. How did I start this bullseye again? Yeah. Pink into purple. Into blue. Well, no. Pink into mauve. That's not the word I'm looking for. Fuchsia. Pink into mauve into purple. Well, red, pink, whatever. So in this case, it would be coral into pink into purple. If I want to keep like a rainbow order thing with purple ending in the center. Okay. Magenta. That's a word. Thank you, Flamingo. Wait, what? No. Am I... Wait. Okay, hold on. I need to pull this back up. No, that's... Oh, I see. I'm okay. Smart is the opposite of what I was thinking. Well, not the opposite exactly, but like that. Okay, that makes more sense. I'm sorry, my brain had a brain fart live on stream where I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. It makes perfectly fine sense. But I will keep that up for reference. For reference. It's gonna be okay. You know what? Let's work on taking this off, and then we can do some testing. How about that? Do I have cotton in here? I do not. Hold on a moment. So, we talked about this slight 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Talked about this a little bit earlier. This manicure. I mean, there's some tip wear. Yeah, the thumbs are rough. But overall, this has been on since I think I discovered, looked back and remembered the 14th. It's a really good looking manicure. Ooh, what's for supper, Tahiti? Enjoy your lurk, also. All right. Time for Grinch fingers. Also, time to try and remember exactly how many coats of polish this is. Somebody said it on stream once, and I was like, you're not wrong. That's not a Grinch sound. I don't know why I made that sound. It's like a pony or something. And then once this is off too, we'll see if patch repair has a home in our schedule today. Ooh, that sounds good, Amethyst. A Grinch fingers emote. Going. I'm trying to make like a Dr. Seuss hand shape, like a, I don't know. You guys know how Dr. Seuss draws hands. Whoops. Sorry. Nudged ya. I've got a couple other things. I almost did nails on Wednesday, but I wasn't quite up for it. When I posted the Color Club haul, ooh, garlic. I mean, yum, chicken and roast cauliflower, but also garlic. It had, like, you know, the Starlight Collection or whatever it's called, and the mattes. And I was recalled to mind of a design that I was thinking about doing that had, like, matte based and then, like, textured gradient on top. So I kind of would like to make time to do that soon before I forget about it again. Although I've got like half the polishes needed for it out, so hopefully I won't forget. But if I really don't want to forget, I probably ought to write it down, which I haven't yet. Yeah, like I wish I could remember. I don't know. I found 2 of the Starlights. I haven't found what I did with the matte and the other 2 yet. Hey, Jen. I hope you enjoy your chill time here. I hope eventually you can get to sleep, but things should be pretty cozy. Shouldn't be any gargles today, probably, hopefully, maybe, if our testing goes appropriately. I thought about that as soon as I said it. Like, no, there have definitely been nail streams that involved gargles. Yeah, and I don't know that I even would necessarily, like, keep them, like, with the whole matte textured contrast, but their finishes are different, too. Like, I'll show you once I finish taking this polish off, the ones that I'm thinking about. Amethyst, I'm talking about being inspired to do other nail art from the haul that I posted last weekend. Like, old ass haul from like last summer. Of Color Club stuff. Here is a good place, well, a good and a bad place to start. I'm not a professional, disclaimer. Also, I do stuff that you probably shouldn't do, and I also do things that most people probably wouldn't care to do. But we're taking sparkly things off of our nails right now. And then I'm going to vigorously attack my cuticles. And then we're going to do testing for nail art. Oh, Star Wars nails. You know, I always think I should do that, and then I never ever do. You mean like Hollow Knight nail art? I have not. I've done Hollow Knight nail art, but it was Grimm inspired, not nail art inspired. I was moderately pleased with it. It could have been better. My freehand skills are not the greatest, so I was not 1000% happy with my little Grimms, but I was like, percent happy. Alright, maybe one more. Go back and clean up some of these a little bit more. Oh, and I'm sitting here with the acetone with no top on it, living life dangerously on the edge. 100% acetone. It's drying, but it works very quickly and very thoroughly in most cases. So, this is one of the nails that has a break. I don't know that we actually need to redo this patch. Like, it's a little catchy. Maybe I should reinforce it at least. Those 2 little spots. And then the other break. Yeah, this patch is holding much better. You can barely see it even. TIE fighters and X-Wing fighters? That sounds cute, Amethyst, and not like too much work. Thank you, Aaron. This is actually like on the shortish side. I might file them a little bit. I'm trying to keep them on the short side while the breaks grow out. Like I said, I would probably file them down at least a bit if we weren't about to do rainbows. In most cases, I don't think that there's like, you know, your nails don't have to be any certain length to do nail art, but I mean rainbows, it's easier if you have some length to work with. Alright, let's do cuticles first. Little yappy dog across the street needs to shut the fuck up also. Yeah. Actually, you know, they've grown out enough. This is maybe my new average length. I used to keep them a lot longer, and sometimes I still think that in my head, but I don't really usually keep them that long anymore. Alright, so since I've had a manicure on for 2 weeks, my cuticles definitely need some pushing and scraping. And then I'll probably do a little bit of filing just to touch up the shapes. And then I think we'll go to the water marble testing. A lot of people use like cuticle remover to help with this part, but I'm just not a fan of cuticle remover. I don't feel like you need it, really, if you have good tools. The fact that it's like dissolving my flesh, I'm just not a huge fan of. So, well, if you wash it off quickly, it only dissolves the flesh you want. I mean, still though. Poke out an eye or rip yourself a new butthole. I mean, these are valid concerns. You have to know thyself, as they say. I also can feel you on the poke of myself in the eye. Like, I would never wear stiletto nails, like the sharp pokey kind, because I would hurt myself. Like, that would happen. So I stick with my little slightly rounded off squoval, slightly tapered, I don't know what shape actually to call it. One of the favorite looks that I saw was like Skittles of the new collection with like a Dotacure of the old collection on top in corresponding colors. I think I saw that one on Twitter. There's just so many different cute combinations since the tones of the shades match so well. Might even be cool to do like a reciprocal with the two different, like one direction is the pastels and the other direction is the OGs. Got a hangnail right there. I see you. Most of the products that I use for my nail stuff can be found in my essentials list, but not this tool because I got it at the state fair from a knife vendor. But I mean, it is a nail tool, but it is a pretty sharp one. If you are worried about your ability to not overdo it, I would suggest using like just a wooden orange stick or something that's like not as sharp. Oh yeah, they are pretty long in that Conad video. Conad, haha, remember when Conad was synonymous with stamping? Now nobody ever even talks about Conad. I think I looked and they do still exist. But like, man, almost feel sorry for him. Yeah, a knife vendor. All sorts of sharp little tools. Also, I don't know where Bane is. I invited him up to stream when I first came up here, but it is a little bit earlier than like evening streams. Conad overpriced Ember? Yeah. I mean, when you look at all the reasonably priced plates there are today. I wonder if they have, like, updated, like, with rectangular plates and their prices and stuff to be more in line with the rest of the stamping plate industry. I feel like it took a while for some companies to, like, get the hang of it, because I remember there were a couple, like, really cheap sets that were shit. It was like, if you wanted good plates, you did want Conad. Or you just ran, you know, it was like rolling the dice of whether you were going to get usable plates or not from some of these other companies. But they were spendy. Had sales though sometimes. I bought a lot of Conad plates at the fair, actually, because they had sales at the fair. Yeah, exactly. They were the only ones for good quality plates. Now there's so many good plates. I could buy $100 worth of nail plates a day for several days, probably. Like, and I have a good stack of plates. Like, I don't even need plates, except every time I go to stamp and I can't find the exact specific thing that, like, I want, I'm like, well, I guess I need more plates. I am also, like, since it has been 2 weeks for my cuticles, I am doing a little bit of extremely judicious trimming. Oh, that side part. That's looking really bad. It's still not actually a break, but it looks really bad. Poor little nail. Hey, Brooke, welcome. Powders are fun. I enjoy powders. I want to do some more powder stamping. I want to do some more powder, like, wet pigment stuff. I want to replace my stamper that I have been using for pigments because I ruined it. Something so satisfying about just, like, I can see how, like, doing cuticles with, like, a nail tool could really get satisfyingly addictive. Like, imagine just being able to, like, but also, like, that's scary, but also, like, I don't know. If I felt like I could know what I was doing, I could see myself getting into that. I mean, okay, not, like, unfortunate that you can't use your hand, but also yay for the mani lasting. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that just goes to show, it's like, wow, you know, I guess I am pretty rough on my manicure normally. Like, I try not to do, you know, obvious things that you shouldn't do with your nails as far as, like, picking or using them to open things, but even just normal activities can really impact your manicure. There's a How do you spend that long? I don't feel like my nails produce enough anything for 3 to 5 hours a day. Like, what? I mean, I know I've said before, like, I feel like I could scrape on my cuticles for just, like, hours and hours, but, like, not literally and not every single day. Also, I mean, I didn't even address the whole like keeping the clippings. I mean, that's a whole other situation. Oh, Musical, good luck. I know the market is like super kind of dicks right now. Like a lot of people looking at every house, seems like, from the people I know that have been looking. I guess I know. I was gonna say, can you even tell the difference? This is the hand I did, and this is the hand I did. But yeah, I guess that did. You can tell. It still are a little rough. I'll do a scrub when I go downstairs. Little sugar scrub. Make them a lot happier. Get them moisturized after all that acetone and all this scraping. Yeah, I mean, like, 3 to 5 hours I just can't imagine. I mean, maybe her nails are growing that much extra cuticle in self-defense attempts. The only other thing I can think of is like just getting so enthusiastic with the nippers and like going after the top layer of your skin all over everywhere, which seems like eventually would probably be a bad thing because your skin only has so much top layer. Okay, so we're almost halfway done. $25 offers, holy crap. I forget if it was somebody's story or if it was an article about, some certain listing, and 25% of the offers were more than $100K over the asking price. Like, that's insane. Like, how is anybody supposed to get a house when that's like, it just seems like fucked up, like super fucked up. Okay. Hey, owl, enjoy your lurk. I've never seen The Sopranos. Although, speaking of Italy, if anybody wants to move to Italy, there's apparently places where they're like giving away homes for like whatever the equivalent of $1 is, I forget. Euro, I guess? Is early? Yeah. I'm dumb, okay? I'm dumb about international money. I'm not even gonna front. But like, because they've lost so much population and they have so many like vacant empty buildings, and all you have to do is agree to like renovate it within a certain time frame. Hey, numbers, welcome. For anybody who's just coming in, by the way, maybe I should peek these. Maybe we should have... Can I fit these while I'm have these like peeking in the top. We're gonna play with rainbows after I finish like doing nail care things. Is that too much? It's like a tantalizing glimpse. Tantalizing? That doesn't seem right. Tantalizing. Lyra. That sounds right. All right, so we're half done. No, those are too distracting. Whoa. Although if anybody just needs to see a rainbow, just let me know and I'll like peek 1 or 2 rainbows in. And then we can grab the flashlight and then we can just sneak a few more rainbows in. Flashlight. The whole first part of the stream, well, except for the fact where I had to deal with an unexpected guest stopping by, was us just looking at rainbows. I hope I actually did keep that as short as I thought I did. Like, I didn't just go down there and go, leave by! Yeah, like the whole thing is you're supposed to like renovate it and like make it back part of the community. But also like that's still a pretty good deal, dude. It's a lot of houses you could buy for practically full ass house price that need a whole bunch of renovations. I know I said we were half done and now I'm back on the hand that I was supposedly already done with, but just needed to. The Rainbow Watch Party, yeah. Okay, so even this end of the tool is pretty, like, it's not exactly like beveled sharp, but it's a pretty, it's not cut you sharp. It's a good end. It's not dull. The more I think about it, the more I kind of want to just go with that established design and just see, like, have it as like a direct comparison of the two collections. Like, every other option that I'm thinking of sounds like unnecessarily complicated. Just a little snip. $200K, and they don't even have like services run out to them yet. I was gonna like name all the services, and then I was like, that's silly. It's not necessary. Don't do it. But like, that's all additional expense. I mean, in addition, obviously, to like building a house. A house just down the corner from me that finally, or a lot down the corner from me that just got finally sold, and they're building a house on it. I wonder how much they paid for it. Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of plots around here in the city, but then again, in this area of the city, there are probably more than are usual in the nicer parts of the city. Some of them the city itself actually like decides to build on, but a lot of them are just sitting for sale for like ever. Gotta be careful here. I feel like this finger is always tricky when I'm dealing with the cuticle. Farmland, yeah. I suppose that's all like zoned differently too and stuff too. It's not like you could just buy regular ass land and then turn it into a big ass farm. Trying to get that. It's just in an awkward spot. That's better. Yeah, that's got to be nice too, though, and just not have any neighbors or anything close by. I'd do that shit if I was still like close to town, though, which is like not really a likely situation. I mean, like the suburbs around here are quite built up too. Like I'd have to go out quite a ways to find such a thing if I were even in the market for such a thing. My aunt lives pretty far out. She's like surrounded by a little patch of forest. Looking at this patch from the underside, where even is the break here? I remember it was a pretty severe break, but I can't tell where it is. Yeah, internet is a huge one. There's that T-Mobile one that's rolling out too now. But I mean, I think that if it's going off their towers, then that would have like the same limitations if it's not going to be performing as well if you're out further. But yeah, internet would be obviously major requirement for me. Man, people are really running around treating it like it's summer today. Just the amount of traffic and stuff that's been by. A little bit of trim. Okay. Got everything except for this little area here, which I feel like... That's a little better. Yeah, well, I mean, why does acting the fool have to come with summertime? Why can't you just enjoy the nice weather in a fucking chill fashion? Like, I mean, it's very nice. It's just on the border of being too hot. If it was humid, it would be too hot. Risks freezing bits off. Hey, you mods, hello. Yeah, I mean, that's also Fax Amethyst. Cat food time. Do 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 do. I forget exactly what sound it makes. I remember we heard it on stream that one time. Oh yeah, I mean, if you don't see anybody in Minnesota in shorts, are you even in Minnesota? Little boof boof from Clark. Excuse me. I mean, I'm not looking forward to it being humid, but I'm looking forward to my entire general body feeling more lubricated. This spot here is also a little bit rough. We'll see when I do some filing if I can take care of that. Minnesota. Yes, Jenkar, that is in fact accurate. In fact, I wouldn't even 100% rule snow out. Fuck if it's 82 today. It's only May 1st. Like, we already had it get nice like this and then dump snow on us. So, I don't count on it being nice until it's like actually like June. The weather will absolutely debate us. We didn't really have that snowy of a winter this year. It was pretty cold a couple times though. Like really, really, really cold. Like 30, 40 below. Maybe not 30, 40. 20, 30 below zero. Yeah, tornado season 2. Type of year you can get thunder snow and shit, which is just wrong on so many levels. Like when you think of a thunderstorm, you don't think of a blizzard. This little corner of my thumb is being very stubborn. Also, it is very warm in here. It is 83 degrees in my room. That is definitely warmer than I would prefer. In summer. I mean, I think the latest it's ever snowed here is probably June. Maybe Google would know that. Okay, y'all. Big G warning. I'm remembering this time. Hey, Google. What's the latest it's ever snowed in Minnesota?
Here's some information from the web that might possibly help. Here's a summary from the website climateapps.dnr.state.mn.us. The latest recorded measurable snow in Minnesota remains at 1.5 inches at Mizpah in Coochin County on June 4, 1935, and the earliest documented snow in Minnesota is a trace that fell at the Duluth airport.
Shouldn't there have been a date associated with the Duluth airport one? Snow in August. That's early snow. Because, I mean, normal first snow is like October or November. Seems like October lately. At least a little bit. Yeah, so it doesn't happen often. But it's possible. Polo right thumb. Hey, that was a very quiet sound. But I heard it. Extrinsic Boy, thank you for the follow. Goodness. Took my brain a moment to understand how to pronounce it. So, poor little right thumb is my gaming thumb, and I cannot keep it like any kind of length with the way that I play Hollow Knight lately. So, poor little right thumb is just gonna be short. Short and mostly rounded, because whenever I try to give it corners and keep it squoval, I end up breaking the corners off. Alright, Jen, thanks for popping in. I hope you can get that sleep. Sleep is important. Yeah, when I look at this nail, I can tell that it's like growing slightly crooked. Like the inner corner, it's like higher than the outer corner. So, quick reshape, a little bit of taper. Maybe I should zoom out a little bit too for filing. Filing is always kind of awkward to try and do on camera. That's better. Hmm. 48. That's an awful lot of tornadoes, Amethyst. I don't want to do a massive amount of filing. I don't want to take off a bunch of length or anything. I just want to even up things Because for most people, like, your nails don't grow in perfect symmetry. So they need filing to stay looking good, looking even. Also, some nails grow faster than others, so if you want to keep them even lengthwise also, I need to file. So glad you guys like this music. It's so chill. Maybe one day I'll try one of the other ones that I downloaded. Dude, I wish I had dessert croissants. Croissant? That's kind of weird music, Al, because yeah, that is one of the things that is supposedly makes a difference, is that your dominant hand supposedly grows fastest. Maybe fastest overall, but... This nail. I feel like my left index nail, and maybe it's because it has the most, like, you see it like curves the most like that. I feel like I flex it the most and then get breaks where it flexes. It's really hard to prevent. What torn to do? Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some things like that where it's like, and I try to be like aware of that and be mindful when I'm doing those things, but that only works to a point. Oh, Extrinsic Boy, thank you. Yeah, I mean, well, actually, that's a slightly exaggerated look, but yeah, I don't have quite as much problem with my nails going crooked as I used to, but like, that's actually a good look at how crooked my index is right now. Keeping them shorter helps with that too, but welcome. You are definitely not alone. I know even in chat we probably have a couple more crooked nail club people. Left nail, I think it's because of the way that I do the controller. Like, I don't do D-pad the same way I do the face buttons, so I don't have to keep the left nail quite as short as my right nail, but still on the short side for game purposes. Yeah, I think it's very common. I think it's very, very common. And I think too, like, if you've dealt with it for such a long time, like, a lot of people have little tricks that they'll do to visually make it less obvious, like in the way that you file. Like, that middle nail looks pretty straight right now, even though I know that it's got a little bit of a bend to it. Like, you can kind of see there, like, it's going just a little bit curvy, but you get at an okay angle, and it's okay. Oh, no worries, Ember. Yeah, smile lines. A lot of my smile lines, and I remember like doing some damage to them when I was younger, but like a lot of mine on my main hand are like pretty straight, but like my thumb smile line is very deep, which I think in some cases, like especially on polo right thumb, leads to it breaking more. Especially over here, like this one is almost completely straight. This one is like a little bit more of a, both my index nails actually. I was not Flamingo. I was not into gaming for like a good chunk of time until Hollow Knight dragged me back in. I mean, not so dramatic, but Hollow Knight was the first like video game I'd played in like over 10 years probably. Not counting like, I mean like Candy Crush or some shit. Not that Candy Crush isn't like a game. I mean, obviously it's a game, but it's not like, I don't know. You guys know what I mean. It's not on a controller. It's not, definitely not as difficult, I'll go ahead and say, as Hollow Knight. I'm not having to like really get into it. I was too. I kind of broke the habit a little bit when I got to my new phone, but I've been thinking lately, I'm like, man, I kind of could go for some Candy Crush. Like for a while, I was like just into it. Alright, like I said, just really focusing on touching up the shape because we need to have enough room for rainbows. Anybody just getting here? ASMR today, we're going to be clicking on... Okay, no, we're not. I lied. I'm sorry. Gidge, I'm sorry if you're still here. Gidge hates it. But we are going to be putting the whole ass rainbow on our nail, so we don't want to lose too much length. Yeah, exactly. The controls are a lot simpler. You know, I'm not ever worried about breaking my nail playing Candy Crush from button mashing. Oh, yeah, I can imagine numbers. Dino! Yes, Dino, where have you been? I mean, it's fine. But, like, people were asking. They were like, where is Dino? Got another little catchy spot here. Peeling. Oh, no amethyst. We have already done swatches and flashlight time, Dino. We're going to be doing water marble testing once I'm done shaping up my nails a little bit. Pad Thai. Okay, yum. That's 1,000% valid reason for being slightly tardy. Now, this is the nail that is partly patched, so I don't want to interfere too much with the patch. But I am going to... Oh yeah, I broke a part of this corner off too. I'm like, why is this so rounded there? Because I broke part of the corner off. I remember now. It didn't actually chip the manicure. It just like literally the corner like bent at some point. So... just even this out a little bit without messing with the patch too much / at all, honestly. Oh, you had some too, Panda. Salmon and sauteed veggies, you guys. I have not had dinner yet. I'm starving. No, I'm not. In order to bring you guys rainbows. Yes. Like, there's a couple things that probably be, like, slightly a little tricky one-handed. But should be manageable. Okay. Really? Already? Seems, well, I guess it's not that early, but it's a weekend. Stuff no longer stay open later on the weekend? Like, what the heck? It's not even like 9 o'clock yet. For food places to already be closed seems weird. Yeah, that's quite a bit better for that nail. As far as balancing out the curve. Peanut butter chocolate drizzle cookies. Pixar didn't happen, Dinah? Please. Unless you already posted pictures, in which case, thank you. So I can be jealous of all y'all's foods. Like, this isn't a break, but I do think I want to do a little patch on it since I'm going to have to fix the other patches anyway. Buff it smooth a little bit. I think we had some gel on it protecting it a little while ago, but it seems like it's worn off. So, I'm not going to soak off this patch. I'm just going to buff a bit around the edges. This is the peely spot that's not a break but is a peel. And I probably shouldn't have done that. Don't do that. Don't do what I do. But that's the spot where everything was catching. So now, shouldn't catch, but now it's weak because we just like peeled off a layer of the nail plate. So I am gonna extend the patch to that side of the nail also, which I hadn't done before. That falls under the do as I say, not as I do category, y'all. Reminder, don't do what Colette just doed. Yeah, that's basically like how this one was too. I mean, it looks bad, obviously. I mean, it's very obvious, but it's not a break, and I feel like overall that's going to be beneficial because it's less to catch on. Yeah. Alright, let's get another napkin and get some acetone out. Okay. It is maybe a little bit of fun. Like, I can get, like, it's kind of surprising, actually, that I never was, like, a nail biter or a nail picker, because I can get the picking vibes. Like, I get that. Like, be, like, strangely satisfying. And, I mean, it was technically easier, unless, like, the weakness that I've introduced actually ends up leading to a break, in which case, no, that's not easier. That's bad. Very bad. Bad strimmer. Bad nail artist. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have my second dose coming up on the 10th. And I'm like torn between like optimism, like hopefully it's just fine, and like actually like, but maybe it won't be. Maybe I should prepare not to be feeling tippity toppity, but I don't know. I'm hoping it'll be fine. Oof, you too, Amethyst. Till June. Oh, that sucks, Tiger. Mama. I don't know why I pronounced it like that. Oh, cookies in Discord? Yes, yes. Thank you for sharing. A bit. Okay, I mean, that doesn't look drizzled. But yeah. I could get behind those. Controversial opinion. I'd probably like less chocolate. Like actual, like, you know what I mean? Like when you have the bag and drizzle. Drizzled it in more than one area. I mean, fair. Valid. They are your cookies. You make them how you want them. Just like when I make the lemon cookies, I make slightly extra frosting for those too, because that frosting is fucking delicious and I want it to cover as much of the whole top as I possibly can. Also, I kind of mashed my left thumb today, and I'm kind of relieved to see that there's not like any indication that I had severely injured it or anything. It was like right in the middle and it hurt, but it looks fine. Also, exclamation Discord if anybody is not in Discord and wants to see the cookies and you would like to join my Discord and maybe share pictures of your own future cookies. Also be around for, you know, like stream updates and shit like that, but mostly cookies. And animals. Ooh, also flowers. I was outside just before stream, like just walking around a little bit, stretching before I'm about to be sitting down for hours and hours. Which, it's really nice that it's nice outside enough to do that again. I mean, like, obviously in the wintertime I wasn't gearing up and putting a coat on to go wander around outside, but there's a lot of stuff blooming out there. I'm kind of mad the heat really scorched the tulips. Tulips are not looking super hot anymore. But like the ground phlox is blooming. And a bunch of other stuff's looking really cute. The bleeding hearts are blooming. That sounds good. Yeah, the ones I do, you're supposed to wait until they're cool, but it is like a glaze. It's like a lemon juice and powdered sugar glaze. Oh, man, it's been a couple weeks since I made lemon cookies. Maybe I should make them again. All right. JT7 Lolo, thank you for the follow. So this is already patched. We're just kind of touching up the existing patch and giving a little bit to that spot on the side I was talking about. So I'm going to make sure the sides are sealed also, particularly. And for this one, an extra little bit more reinforcement on the underside. Try to make sure there's none on your skin. And cure spray. Gross. Hold it slightly. Gel, like the gel that I use for patching, can also sometimes help with the shape. Like if I'm patching one that's normally crooked, to just like hold it with a little bit of counter pressure while it's curing. Very shiny, but that's pretty good. Synonyms rolls. Got a little bit of this on my skin. I'm just gonna Alright, amethyst. Alright, and then also this one that's not a break but is definitely a catchy problem waiting to happen. If you've not been around for patches before, this brush is just kept in a little empty bottle of polish remover so that it doesn't get hard and crusty for applying the gel. Since the bottle doesn't come with a brush. I don't know what they expect you to do. Do they expect you to do this? They expect you to just like the gel fucking directly on your nails? Okay. Close that. Close this. Just like Grandma used to make. Dang it, that wasn't quite fully cured and I touched it. Ew. Ew. It's fine though. I was gonna say, and then you gotta make sure you clear the neck of this before you close it. I've had very good taking care of my gel this time. Like it's pretty old and it's still like pretty nice and new seeming. It's not like gotten thick or weird or anything. All right, shall we do some water marble tests? Hopefully, like a test, I guess I should say. I mean, I'm hoping this doesn't take an extensive amount of time. Oh, I said a long time ago I was going to show what I was talking about or what I was thinking about with the color clubs, and I neglected. So, this matte one, which is very shimmery with top coat. Actually, maybe this in the black notebook would show better. Yeah, I guess kind of it does. So this color, this turquoise with, see, this one does show better in here though, but with this and maybe this and this in a gradient, because this and this one match like perfectly. At first I thought I would just do something with the two of those, but then I was like, well, what if I do this as the base and then I kind of somehow gradient with these, even though like they're textured and they're maybe not going to be super fun to gradient with, but I think like That's another shot. You see, they're just like, they match so juicy. It's hard to even tell the difference between the navy and the black on these. But like, yeah, imagine like over. Are they? I should... Well, you can still, like, if you have stuff to order from Amazon, it still works to start your... Why is it so loud? Your order. Like, it leaves a cookie or whatever, but, like, I mean, the Amazon thing, somebody asked the other day, like, the Amazon thing is such a tiny, commission. I mainly keep the lists just so that there's a place that, like, lists everything that I use for when people ask. I wonder if some of them do have alternatives or replacement, though, that I could replace on the list for people's convenience, because a lot of times Amazon is going to be like the easiest place for people to order from. Okay, so it's warm in here. I don't want to turn on a fan either because we're about to water marble. I don't think it was quite this warm in here when I started, but I guess that's not surprising considering the computer is like probably kicking out a little bit more heat now that we are streaming, not too much. Okay. Is that perfect height? A little tiny bit more, maybe? So, ten drops. Pulling with the intention of a single nail drip. Clean off an orange stick. Hopefully I'm still like in practice from Water Marble March. I mean, that wasn't that long. I mean, I guess it was a month actually, but it wasn't that long ago. I think it was probably a good idea to take a little bit of a break after that for my sake and for my nails' sake. So we want to end with purple in the middle. Could maybe scooch this a little bit more. Always slightly sketchy with 2 rows. Alright, let's clear off the surface first, even though it's fresh water. Let's see what kind of a spread we're getting. Not bad. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I knocked one over. It's fine. 8. 9. Was that on camera? Probably. Maybe. 10. And I got something on that one's cap. Okay. We're not super even here. That's fine. Which way do I want to go? Like this way, probably. I mean, it's it's beautiful. They are very nice in the water. And I'm stretching my memory, but I almost want to say possibly even better than the original collection. I'm going to try one more. Just see how this looks. But possibly we'll go with that. I'm going to see like how manipulable they actually are. See if something like zigzags or something would be an option. This is a much nicer bullseye. Or like a burst. Slight drawing. Yes, there's birds outside. It's getting dark. They're telling everybody to go home. I mean, like, both of these are good, right? One is very simple and clean. The other... Now, the thing is... Oh, actually... I'm just looking in terms of fitting the whole rainbow on the nail. I am kind of liking, if I'm looking at individual petals, you know what I mean? Like, take this as a standalone flame. Would this be cuticle or would this be cuticle? Would there be a way to achieve that was similar looking but without quite as many... Like, these turned out... Like, this is cute. Like, of course, it's cute, but like these turned out fairly uneven if you look at like how thick or thin some of the purple spokes are. But I like the shape. I also kind of like that the purple is like on this one. Of course, I could draw through this one from starting from the center. Hey, Beanie. What's up, buddy? Like, you get the colors kind of drawn through. There's a line through the center of the purple. It's more of a split. You also may hear a helicopter. I apologize. Are you gonna? Okay. He was about to push that right off his chair. Yeah, hold on. So what if I... Like, if I wanted to just make a standalone petal like this, would the move still be out and then in, or would the move be in and then out? Yeah, I don't think he intentionally pushes things off. Although maybe I'm wrong, and he's absolutely intentionally doing it. Yeah, hello, handsome. Okay. Let's try this. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Also anchor to the sides. So if I were to just, let's say, pull over here. Could I like customize what shape I want? See, I feel like it pulls it slightly uneven though, even if I do like that. Maybe I need to... Also, it makes it very long. Like, far longer than these. Maybe we need to go in first. And then out. That ended up with very little purple. Of course, that just might depend on where I cut it. Like looking at this too, like how, of course maybe these were eighths. I kind of cut that like a quarter more than like, you know, like if I took something like this with the tip of the nail here. I feel like it's still a little bit, I'm not dipping this one. Okay, I want to try something different, slightly different. The Amazing Mumford. I mean, I think we'd get an awful lot of reflection. I think we'd get too much reflection dino. I mean, since I want to keep them pastel, I haven't even tested it, but I mean, just going by what I know of Holo's marbling over black. So there's a hair. It's a beanie hair. Get off of my orange stick. Okay. Like if we consider like that would be a quarter. So if we cut this in half, that would be an eighth. And then we could pick whichever one was more even and pull it into a point like that. Even then though, like it's not... How do I get this more even? Do I need to pull it some on this side? I feel like I do. Oh. We lost connection here. I don't... Like, I kind of like the shape, but it would be great if I could get the shape without having to draw literally a whole entire ass flower for it. This has gone crooked. I mean, probably, maybe partly because it wasn't even, because it was only 2 and I couldn't draw in the middle. It was just of a... Like, that one is a little bit more even. I guess it just depends. Didn't get all of it. Okay. The latest trend. No, that's the OG trend. I've been doing this trend for decades, trust me. Okay, I have another thought. So maybe what I want to do is do all the spokes. And then pick the most even one of these? Question mark? Imagine the nail there. Do you guys like that? I kind of like that. The purple got a little thin. But we've also got purple here. Tip would be this end. This would be cuticle. So picture that on the nail. Kind of a lot of water droplets. Come on. Kind of gives it a little bit more of a flamey shape. Like still like very, very simple so that you can enjoy the water marble and the rainbows compared to, you know, this, which is just like a straight pull. Are we overthinking this? Probably. It's what I do. I mean, like, I like this one, and the last one looked good, but you guys know I have an aversion to just, like, straight up feeling like I'm copying, even if I'm copying myself. Like, I don't know. I do have that Manny versus Pin series, which is basically all about copying, but that's different. Let me try this one more time, I think, just to make sure that I'm comfortable with how I'm drawing it. Musical. Musical is smart. In the structure of that is the expectation. Whereas this, that's not the expectation. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Oops. This is when you know your water is dirty. Like 100%. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, very gentle 8 pulls. That's pretty even. Yeah. I maybe could bring it in slightly more. Like, not try to split it quite so much in the middle so that this doesn't have such, like, wide hips, so to speak. Like, this one came off a little bit narrower on the bend right there. That may also be due to starting the pull slightly further back. I think it looks like we started the pull in the fuchsia here, and we started the pull in the purple here, which is just like one ring of difference. But sometimes one ring can make a lot of difference. Fuck drag racers, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking A! Like, what? Okay, never mind. Not going off on a rant. Yeah. Like I said, it's warm and people out here goddamn acting a fool. I don't mind you having a barbecue and wafting barbecue scents into my room and make me wish that I had a barbecue to eat. I do mind you drag racing down my street. Okay. Wow. What do we do? 4 tests and 2 that we didn't dip? Look at the water. It's already tinted. That's the coral. That's either the coral or the orange. Leaving that tint. No gargles this stream. I did say that, didn't I? And then I took it back, I think. I mean, not around here, Amethyst. You're pretty dumb if you drag racing on snow and potholes and ice chunks. And you're not going to get too far either. So, I probably will get fresh water just because this is already so tinted for the tutorial. Even though we all know the risks of daring to switch water. It's easier to see once they're a little bit dry, but you can kind of just see the difference between these. Like, I'm more happy with the bend here on this one. Like, I feel like it's a little more svelte, and this one's a little bit more thick. But I like the amount of purple in the very center on this one more. Also, yes, that's a helicopter being extremely loud. Because I live by a hospital. But yeah, if we line up, like if we get our nail almost right close to the edge, right? Even, like, the nail's not going to reach all the way to the sides of the hips, right? But we'll get all the colors. I think we should get, like, do I have a pencil? Pen? Can I, like, dab off some of this remaining water? So if we figure tip of the nail about here, cuticle around here maybe. Oops. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to etch out where it's gonna go. Honestly, when I look at, and I know this is like just the jankiest shit ever, but like when I look at how it actually is gonna look once it's sketched out. Sorry, distracted, yelling. The finished design isn't going to be that different than if we did this, but it's going to be like subtly different, and I'm going to know that it's different. Sometimes it's all about the subtle differences in water marbling. Like if we did it on this one, it would be like from here to here. It just slightly changes things. I wish this wasn't, there's like numbers right on the back there, which makes it kind of hard to see. It'll probably actually be better once it's fully dry. You can especially, now I'm like analyzing this, like near the cuticle. Like on this one, they're kind of coming swooping from the sides, whereas this one, they're kind of doing more of that kind of a shape, kind of swooping from the bottom instead of coming from the sides, because we've interrupted. Okay. Enough water marble analysis. Let's get ready to do the thing. So let me move this over here. Yeah, beanie hairs on the orange stick. Also beanie hairs in my acetone bowl. Get out of there. Okay. I am, of course, going to take a short break before we get started on the manicure. Yes, no, I would also not begrudge the hospital their helicopter. Wherever they are headed off to, I hope that it is... like, it doesn't necessarily mean like an emergency. Like, maybe they're just going to pick somebody up from another hospital and bring them here, which, I mean, would still be bad, but, like, it doesn't necessarily mean, like, horrible, horrible things, but, I mean, possibly. When I return, we're going to put those on my nails. I'm going to do a sugar scrub while I'm downstairs. Like, my cuticles look much better, but they're still looking pretty dry. I'm happy with how the testing went. I think this is going to be really cute. We've got these, and where's my white? Here? Is this my new white, I hope? I think so. Yeah. The cream brush. The Holos don't have this same brush. Side note. I don't quite understand why. I mean, I recall her, you know, like even referring to it as the cream brush, but I never really thought about it until I just thought about it. Aaron. Yeah, I mean, facts. Almost as good of a just choosing what sections of a statement you want to hear as OP-ness, as discussed the other day. Yeah, I'll be right back. Go ahead and get a water refill if maybe you need some water, or a snack, or maybe your own bathroom break, or just sit here and listen to Deep Relaxation by Kevin MacLeod. And then when we get back, okay, like I literally just thought about it and had like a little I'm gonna do that on 10 nails. That's a single finger dip. That's the one downside of this. It's possible to do those sorts of designs on 2 fingers at a time, but it's kind of tricky, like to get it properly in the water, and then also to like line your nails up properly next to each other in the water. You're like, nyeh, 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 nyeh. So we're just gonna go with 1. We'll Never Be Royals is one of my favorite Color Club Multichromes Flamingo. Yeah, you could just sit here and just until I come back. That's also an option. Whatever you choose to do, I appreciate you guys' patience. And sorry, don't use your nails to do that. Bad strimmer. I'll be back shortly. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Vinny, your face is super, super dirty. Dirty face boy. Cuticles are much happier. Okay. So, Mr. Bane, your face is very, very dirty. Yeah, can I clean your face? Dirty boy? Yeah, I know. There you go. Isn't that nicer? No. Hi, Colette. Okay. I wish this room had like another window so I could get like a cross flow. Oh well, you know what they say about wishes and fishes and all that. Peely base for today's adventures. It's gooby today. A little bit pinkish. Blood vessels doing work. He's fine. He's a happy boy. Yes, says I'm such a happy boy. He's chilling. I mean, I think he's pretty used to it at this point. Gosh, imagine recording a tutorial. Imagine. Beggars would have sushi. I'm hot. Do I have like... Hey Google, what's the weather?
Right now in Minneapolis, it's 77 degrees and clear. Tonight, the forecast is for a high of 74 and a low of 54 and clear. And tomorrow, it'll be rainy.
Yeah, I know. So, then I have to decide, do I want to put up a tutorial with no sunlight pictures included at the end, which is relatively minor, but, like, decisions. Also, if I don't do it, then what am I putting up tomorrow? Questions. If wishes were fishes, you took the horse to water. I don't think that's quite right either. Close. Close indeed. All right, you guys. Plenty of fish in the sea, so plenty of wishes for me. Wonder if I should like close my window. I don't want to close my window, dude. I need some of that very slightly cooler air to come its way into my fucking 84-degree bedroom, dude. That's what I need. Alright. Prep the nails by making sure they are clean and dry with the polish remover that I gave an accent to for no particular reason. AKA, after making sure everything was nice and moisturized, dehydrate everything again. Oh, I've got like a stain in this nail. Something like kind of in there that doesn't want to come out with acetone on the very side there. Guess it's kind of hard to see. I can see it, so it bugs me, but it's minor. Hey, Nutty, hello. We are just, in fact, getting to the nail part. I was realizing as I was coming back upstairs that we've been up for 3 hours and all we've done is go, ooh, pretty, and work on my disastrous cuticles. And test. I mean, we got our testing done. That counts. I was kind of surprised it was 3 hours, though. We are playing with rainbows today. I'm glad you could make it. I think it's going to be super cute. Very reminiscent still of last year's design, but like enough difference to please my part of my brain that wants it to not be the same. I don't know if that part of my brain has a particular name other than thanks for making everything more difficult, brain place. Oh, and we repaired my patches. No, actually, we've done a lot this stream, haven't we? We did the unboxing. We did swatches. We took off a manicure. We fixed my patches. We did testing for water marbling. We took too long, so the camera turned itself off again. Noticed I had a little hangnail there, though. Words. Oh, nice musical. Oh, swatch sticks. Organizational goals. One day, you guys will probably just like fall over of shock when that day finally comes. Colette being organized. What? What? He is. He's just a hanging out little boy. Got this little... You so comfy, Bean? Comfy, happy boy? Nice amethyst. Are you waiting so handsome and patient in hopes of one of these, please? Alright, Sir Bane. Here you go. A treat for you, sir. Nom nom. Normally I would feed him, of course, but my hands smell like acetone, so he's not a huge fan of that. Okay, so starting out with clean dry nails, we're going to begin with a base coat. Today I'm using Holo Taco's Peely Base. You can use whichever is your personal favorite. So I should think about whether I want to do one slightly heavy coat of white or 2 thin coats of white. Like generally for most water marbles, I would say, you know, even just one like regular coat would be fine. But considering like that these are pastels and considering how honestly sheer they're coming across in the water, I don't think I want any patchiness in the base color. So maybe I'll do 2 coats. We'll see how I am at application today. Oh, he did ditch, didn't he? What a butt. Hey, Izzy. Welcome. I don't know if like a treat makes him hungry and he goes off to see if there's like some food in his bowl or what. But like his habit of ditching right after treats is kind of rude. Not gonna lie. So the manicure I just took off, the manicure that was 2+ weeks old, of course, was with regular base coat, but since we are doing some nail art, I'm going back to the peely base. And then after this, look at, I don't know. Well, I'll have to see how I feel after having it on, if I just want to do like back-to-back-to-back rainbows, or if I want to take a break for that color club stuff that I'm kind of interested in doing. I don't know. Decisions. And I just realized how quiet it was, and I was like, I can turn back on the music, except no, I can't, because I'm about to be talking again. He got what he came for, maybe. Give this another little minute to dry. This hand is mostly, you can tell already dry, but this hand you can tell is still wet. Yeah, you guys hear the unwritten return. I mean, I suppose I could just like pop it on while I'm waiting, and I have to make sure to pop it back off. Mellow piano tunes. Yeah, my nails are actually looking pretty good. We're not very stained at all right now. I'm slightly nervous that like the coral or the orange are maybe going to give us some issue, question mark, considering how quickly they tinted the water. But we'll see. Hopefully it's not too bad, because if anything, it's only going to be like a small part of the nail that has any particular color of the rainbow on it. So, should be fine. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna wanna... Oh man, I'm smelling food. It's, you know what it smells like? This food that somebody in my neighborhood is cooking that's like smelling up the entire neighborhood. It smells like McDonald's French fries. Specifically McDonald's French fries. But I mean, there's not like a McDonald's somewhere around here doing French fries that I don't know about. Like I really want some French fries now. Maybe I can have some sort of potato something for dinner. I have some of those Arby's curly fries in the freezer. But I mean, that's not a meal though. Also, I was thinking about getting a sub tomorrow. And I kind of like Arby's curly fries with subs, so I could... Oh, goodness. Yeah, green taffy, I recall staining... I I use that for my I was gonna say Halloween, Christmas water marble, and the water turned green really quick. Oh, curry is such a good smell. I like the smell of curry more than the taste of curry, I have to admit. Also, apparently warm weather is cause for fireworks? Question mark? I mean, yeah, May Day, but May Day is not like generally a fireworks holiday. Am I wrong about this? Any day is a fireworks day if you try hard enough. Okay, let's move that over here. I have some treats out of the bag in case anybody else redeems some during the manicure. Okay. Okay, Madoka. For the water marble today, I'm going to be using the Holo Taco Pastel Rainbow collection, which was sent to me as PR. We have lavender syrup. Fucking words are hard. Lavender syrup, pink fizz, coral chaser, peach tea. Why do I want to call that like orange juice or something? Peach tea, lemon spritzer, mint mojito, sparkling water. These are not hard words to pronounce. It's like the 8th time I've mispronounced. You know, I'm gonna just stop saying that word. A flower holiday? Wait, just like for all flowers? I mean, that sounds like a good holiday to me. I approve. It's flower day. For the water marble today, I'll be using all 7 colors from the Holo Taco Pastel Rainbow collection, which was sent to me as PR. We have lavender syrup, pink fizz, coral chaser, peach tea, lemon spritzer, mint mojito, and sparkling water. For my base color, I'll be using Holo Taco Not Milky White, and once I have that applied, I'll be protecting around my nails with tape as well as protective peel. I don't know if y'all heard it, but the tutorial camera microphone probably picked up the car driving by, like in the exact middle of me naming all the names. It's fine. It's fine. Also, I hear more drag racers out there, and fuck them. Yeah, I'm just gonna do 2 coats. I feel like that would be actually easiest. Like sometimes I'll glom a coat out of laziness. But honestly, 2 coats is probably easier to just do. And probably will help with the wear a little bit too, to have 2 coats as my base color. Oop. I might have to, I don't know. I wonder, when does Holo Taco usually have their sales? I want to get the For Art's Sake bundle. And maybe if they've, I know for like a while, super glossy top coat was like not in stock. Get some more of that if they have any. Because it would be really cool to do like a tonal, like green cream, mint mojito, and then fucking whatever the other green is called. Green cream. Green screen is the green cream. Plus those are the only colors that I do not have, since they weren't released as part of an actual, like, collection. I suppose I also could put the music back on right now, too. Oh, that's a beanie hair. Get out, get out. Okay, we got it. We got it. I don't even know where that came from. They're in the very air around us, except that's true. Beanie hairs just floating over looking for some nail polish to get stuck in. Let's pop the music back on. You know, I'm actually not super certain where my tape is. It's got to be around here somewhere, right? The protective peel is hopefully just right in my Holo Taco drawer. I mean, I was using both of them a lot during Water Marble March, of course. Oh! Literally right there. Okay. And protective peel. Yeah, you're right here. I wonder how much is left in there. Nobody knows. The container's opaque. Of course, in some cases, I've heard that, like, latex can react to light. Maybe it's opaque to keep it from getting weird. I don't know. Coat 2. Something about just an opaque white, and they're like side by side. You can also see, like, the other ones had good coverage on the first coat, but now we're really getting them with the opacity. Also, I see another beanie hair stuck on my finger, not yet stuck on the polish. There. No, some polishes, I don't know, I felt like I didn't notice much change as polishes were all going to like 3, 5, 7, 9 free, whatever it's up to now. But when I go back to old polishes, like, it's pretty dang noticeable. But even then, there are some new polishes that smell really bad too. Yeah, that's true. All the huffing substances are pretty noxious. Other than maybe, I guess, like, Ready Whip. Can't you use the stuff that's, like, condensed in Ready Whip, the canned air? well, it's not canned air in Ready Whip, but you know, the stuff that keeps it under pressure. Maybe I ought not talk about what you can and cannot huff on stream. Is that a terms of service? Whoopsie. I mean, don't huff anything, obviously. Super, do not huff anything. Is this like a spot left over from where... You guys can't see that. From where I pulled that hair out, I think. I left a little lump that is now showing itself through the second coat. The peppermint body wash. I shouldn't have done that. Fuck. It's okay. I just did a bad thing. I rested, like I touched the nail to the paper towel. Can I just, you know, let's just do more. More on top. Surely that's the answer. Sure it is. Like it never happened. Gasoline? Gasoline smells horrible. But I know some people do like the smell. I just nudged this nail too. There. Okay. No. Nope. That's a nope for me. Okay. Let this dry for a moment before we move along. Possibly I should have thought about already cutting out pieces of tape. Alright, chat. Put a 1 in chat if you think gasoline smells gross. And put a 2 in chat if you like the smell of gasoline. And put a 3, I guess, if you don't care. Imagine that I'm putting a 1. I don't know numbers. 1.5. Okay. This kind of split. It's kind of split. I think more people, though, yeah. 0. Timey-wimey, hello. Those are all numbers, though. Yeah, gas is like, ugh. If I get any gas on me, like, I have to immediately wash it off, like, on my hands or anything. Worst thing is filling up in wintertime. If I accidentally, like, get it on my gloves and then I gotta wash the whole entire set of gloves. Yeah, it's not the worst. I mean, there's a lot of really, really bad smells in this world. But I do not consider it a pleasant smell. A little tiny spot I missed there on the tip of the corner. It's fine. Okay, so we are gonna need a new cup, which we're gonna fill with new water. Is that the exact preferred depth? No. I see a beanie hair already fucking in there. It's sinking. Are you going to sink all the way to the bottom? Did you guys see it? Maybe not. I don't know if that's visible on camera. Also, the cup is like super not on camera. So there's that. Okay, we'll need to do protection first. New books? Okay, yes. Wearing gloves in the winter, yeah. Dairy farms? Sulfur from fireworks? Such a good cat. I mean, that is like level 100 cat skill. Oh no, extrinsic. I don't like that feeling. That's such an uncomfy feeling. Okay. We're going to very carefully get some tape pieces off here. Even though this is a new tape, the tape has already got all kinds of beanie hair stuck to it also, so you know that's great. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and a spare. Yep, this has cat hair on it, yeah. Okay, so let's put the water there where I hopefully won't knock it over. Do we have any goobers in here that need dealing with? No, seems pretty good. We have a couple like down there, but those shouldn't interfere with using it, so it's fine. Well, they are trying to interfere with me reclosing it again. All right. Alright, so hopefully we'll be able to, since we're doing one nail at a time, have fairly precision dips, but we don't want to be too skimpy on the protection, so I'm going to go most of the way to the next knuckle. Hands are a little bit shaky. It's okay though. We're not doing freehand today. Ooh, that tipped over. It's fine. It's fine. Well, that wasn't a very good tape application, honestly, on this side. Kind of crooked. Actually, on both sides, pretty crooked. And the thumb. What is this little hair? Get off of there. It was like an eyelash. That's a new one. Eyelash is stuck in my nail polish. Okay. Also, I still don't know what this smells like. Which is moderately frustrating. Alright. We're almost dry already. This stuff dries quite fast. Like, compared to most latex. The thing with this is it's like, it smells like soap to me. So, I mean, that says to me that it's probably like lavender or like something like that sort of a smell. I don't think it's actually lavender though. But it's like it's a clean smell. Welcome back, Mr. Bain. Where have you been, sir? Are you comfy? Are you ignoring us? Are you turning your back on us? Okay. Water marbling gives me nerves. I'm nervous. I'm scared. I'm scared, you guys. Mr. Bainey, are you too cool for the chat? Says I'm too cool unless you pay me. Alright, so let's line these up like this. Like this maybe. There's the water here. Zoom out a little bit. Maybe not quite that much. And let's get these open. Izzy, thank you. I don't know. Water marbling lately, I just get like this pit of dread in my stomach when I'm about to start. Like, oh my god. Is like, even though we literally just tested it. Yeah, I will. Once I'm just opening the bottles right now. The cup is lined up for the tutorial camera. Half butt. Because that's when things are just simple. What's funny? Butts. Ha! Butts. Alright, let's pull back and also do that. So, I could probably scoot these a bit closer. Out of frame for the tutorial camera, but it's close enough not to... Actually, they're not. There we go. Wait. Clean the surface first. Just to be sure. Okay, y'all. Let us hope that our practice paid off. Micro, we are just about to start. We're all protected up and we have our base color and we are about to water marble. Which I don't know why I'm worried about because we did testing. Like, we're going to be going for like this. I'm going to show the one that I didn't scribble all over. We're going to be going for something like that on the nail. I think it's going to look really slick. I think it'll be good. It'll be, of course it will be good. Because guess what? It's water marbling. Even if we fuck it up, it's going to be beautiful. And that's why water marbling is amazing. Right? Right. I'm glad we had this conversation. Budget piss. Ha ha. Ha ha. Yes. Oh my God, Flamingo. Thank you. I needed that reminder. I did. I did indeed. I did indeed, Tahiti. I mean, not like it would be the end of the world. I would just, I guess, have to like record a voiceover or something. But generally, I do just use my audio as it's recording at the time of which I'm doing the thing. Cars, please drive by and stop driving by. As usual, for a water marble, I'm working in a 5-ounce paper cup filled with room temperature filtered water. Come on. Give me a good spread. Like, we're not all the way to the edges, but I think it'll be okay. Once I have the bullseye complete, I'm going to go ahead and draw from the center out to the sides in 8 directions. And then once I've done that, I'm going to pick the one that I like best and turn that into a petal. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Once I've got the petal formed, I'm going to line up my nail with the tip toward the pointy end. Try to make sure it's lined up fairly straight, and then go ahead and dip into the cup. With my orange stick, I'm going to clean up any of that excess polish so it doesn't stick to my design. And then, once everything is clean, I'm going to go ahead and slowly pull out, which should pop those bubbles. And there's the water marble. I'm going to go ahead and use a tweezer to help out removing this protection. Then I'm going to go ahead and marble the rest of my nails. Okay. That's cute. That's cute. Come on. And if it's cute on the pinky, it should be cute everywhere else. Right? Right. Okay. First one down. 9 more to go. I will catch up with chat once we are done with the recording portion. But I'm going to try to keep things moving along at a good pace for right now. I suppose I could turn on the music too if I get like a quick second. Mm. Oh, that one's nice. Oh, look at that. Yes. Okay. Oh, hi battery. We're still recording, so I can't catch up with chat yet, but things are going goodish. My nails are pretty. And I think now that we're actually seeing it on the available nail canvas, so to speak, like the difference in the straight pull and the pointed petal is like a little bit more pronounced than I expected, which is good. That one looks really good. That one that's top left for me. This one. Okay. I'm so pleased with these placements so far. Okay, that one's not quite centered, but it's pretty straight still. Still pretty straight. Like you got a little hips on one side. And also, I don't know why I'm referring to that part of the design as the hips. I don't know. But you guys know, I think you guys know exactly where I mean. Like... Come on here. Tape, don't fuck me today. Okay, some of that was polish and some of that was stubborn latex. That one's got a little bit of personality. It's okay though. I would rather one be off-centered than crooked. Right? Right. It's alright, it's alright. It's okay, it's okay. Maybe this one or that one or this one. What's this one? Ooh, not anchored there. That's a little wonky. Can I? There. I don't know if I should have messed with it. Pretty good. Not much of a purple center on that one, unfortunately. Maybe I should have picked one of the other ones. Like, I don't want the purple center to be, like, too big. Like, that's why usually the very first... the very first one is not necessarily a good one to go, because for some reason when you pull from the center, like the very first pull tends to break at the edge and then separate a little bit. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just watch when I do it this time. And then after this I'll catch up with chat. That's kind of a big one. So watch when we do this first pull here. See how it starts to separate a little bit? I don't know why it does that. Almost always, though, the first pull will do that. Kind of like this one up here again. That's a really nice one. There's a big old bubble on that one. Should pop when we pull out. Can you guys see it right there? Oh, it just popped. Oh, it popped in it. Ugh. See that little snaggle? That was the bubble. That was kind of unfortunate. I don't think I went slow enough. It popped messily. Is that salvageable? Not like the whole nail, but just like that. Like, could I? Okay, stop. We're leaving it. It's fine. Also, autofocus is off, but look at that. That would have been perfect if not for that popped bubble in the corner. Hi, chat. What did I miss? See how this is the part I was talking about on the middle one where we got like You know, this side is like sleek, and then this side has like hips. Just a couple of them. I guess that kind of depends on exactly where I dipped them and on exactly how tightly I drew the flower. I tried to keep it pretty similar, but you see, like, I would say ring finger is probably the ideal placement. Where you can kind of see, how do I want to describe it? Like, you can see here where the end of the pull is, as opposed to here where it's actually like right here at the very edge. You guys, am I nitpicking unnecessarily again? But you can kind of see here, like, you get that another little hint of red and stuff at the corner, versus like on the index nail where it's just like purple at the edges. The thumb is another example of, like, the thumb has a lot from both sides, obviously, because it's like slightly wider. I'm pretty happy with that. I think that's cute. Oh yeah, super glossy is like restricted as fuck. They should tell you that though. Part of your order. Why? 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 Fuck! Rip. Rip tape not fucking up some part of the manicure somehow. I was being so careful during the water marbling portion, and then, like, I let my guard drop and look what happened. Why is this? Oh, this is the corner I painted over because it was fucked up by cat hair. God damn it, dude. I'm glad you guys like these. They're pretty cute. And like I said, like, okay. Ooh, a couple large bubbles on the middle nail there. But so there's that. Do we still have up the... Okay, that's a horrible place though. See how the shape is very different? Well, very different. Slightly different. Compared. Like, those are more true chevrons. These are more like a, I don't know, almost like a teardrop? Not exactly a teardrop. Yeah, there's no purple in the center of that one. That's unfortunate. But I mean, you still get the rainbow because they're still purple at the tips, but you know. It's a shame it got lost in the center on that one. I like these. I like them a lot. Wait, what is W-O-G? WOG. Also, the tape is stuck on my finger again, and I don't want to, like, have a disaster. I'm trying to... Just get off me! Okay. Trying to get the rest of this off here so we can redo this now. Oh, bedtime for you numbers. Thank you for hanging out. I'm glad you got to see at least the first hand. Oh, before you go, in case anybody else also has to go because it's getting late, let's just take a moment. Like, we don't have top coat or anything yet, but let's just take a moment for some flashlight time. Just a moment of flashlight time. Oh, shit. Ah! Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. Y'all like it. I like it. Did I do flashlight time on the swatches? I don't know. It's a good question. I think maybe no. Hey, Panda. Wait, somebody else cheered a minute ago too, and I didn't hear. How am I not hearing the bit sound over the music? I heard the follow sound over the music. Okay, hold on a minute here. Let me pull up my actual thingy that I can see. Aaron, 17 minutes ago. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. I didn't see it. I didn't know. Thank you. And Panda right now. Y'all, this is like so pretty. Like super, like I know this isn't an opal, but something about like the pastelness of it like gives me somewhat like opal-y vibes. That's so shiny. Oh, that's cute. Snuggle Fairy, hello. Dino, you can always make requests, and I can always say, no, Dino. This doesn't need more holo. I want to be able to see the water marble pattern. Thanks. I worked very hard on this water marble pattern, and I thought about it deeply, and I don't want to cover it up with flaky holo taco. But you can ask. You can ask. In fact, I would wonder if you were your evil twin or an alien pretending to be Dino if you did not ask. My Little Pony vibes, yes. I'm unbelieving and completely unsurprised that I managed to get into the tape again. I'm just such a klutz. Okay, it's fine. Also, Nutty, enjoy your lurk. If anybody said anything that I really should have read while I was recording, please just let me know again. Because I'm not going to scroll back up, because that's a recipe for disaster. Scrolling up more than like a line or two, that's just a recipe to be behind on chat the whole rest of the night. Oh, Georgia O'Keeffe paintings? I didn't, Musical. A regular? Do you mean regular like regular holo, or you mean regular like sesh vide? I want to do those bubbles right now, but I'm going to wait until I do cleanup. I do kind of think maybe that was one I hesitated a little bit more on. You can see the rest of the nails didn't really get bubbles, which is nice. Oh, that corner makes me a little bit sad too. If the bubble had just popped a little slower, the purple that is like laying on top of the pink would have been in its proper place in the corner and things would be just fine. I mean, it's still just fine. Computer broke. It's night, can't sleep. Wait, your computer broke, Battery? Battery, that's very sad. Aw. That sucks. Broken computers are not great. Yeah, Wisp, I know they addressed, like the last time I used it, I had so many bubbles. But like, I already was not the hugest fan. It's like the only thing in Christine's that I'm not a fan of is the regular glossy taco. Super's good. The polishes are great. Regular glossy taco always gives me some kind of problem, whether it's bubbles or it's not drying as well as I expect it to dry. Let's see if I can adjust. I did touch, this was a piece of latex that got stuck to that nail. Wasn't quite as dangerous as the tape, but let's see if we can just, we'll just do that, and then I'll cover that up with some more white when I put this on here in a minute. My favorite top coat, that's not actual top coat, that's just the empty bottle, is Seche Vide. Hands down. It doesn't work for everybody. Some people have a lot of shrinkage with it, which is very unfortunate, but it is my hands down favorite. Laptop surgery is risky, battery, but may I remind you that you've replaced teeth in space. So I have confidence that you are up for this challenge. The bubbles wisp or the gooiness? I've definitely had to thin my super glossy. I don't think it's necessarily bad if you need to thin your top coat, because I mean, if it's quick dry, that means even more than regular polishes, even as you only have it open for when you're using it, like, it's drying up. The only reason I think I don't need to thin my Seche Vite anymore is because I keep it topped up. I almost never let this get below even like halfway empty because I have the refill bottle. Yeah, you still use it even though you get the shrinkage. Well, Dino, but there's other ones that are good. There's so many other good ones. Y'all throw some out there. I'm a Seche Vite, like, I don't want to say addict, because, like, you know, but like I don't have a problem with Seche Vite, so I never like played around and tested a whole bunch of other top coats because I just love Seche Vite. Like, Seche Vite changed my world. Yeah, the stringiness almost seems separate to the thickness. I know what you mean about the stringy. Posh, I've heard people like. What is the one? HK Girl? I don't know. Vibrant Vinyl. See, Musical knows a lot of top coats. Super Chic, yeah. Oh, is the stringy a bad batch? Oh, it's just okay. Let's see. I don't keep up with that brand, so I'm calling it boomer names. I am the HK girl. I mean, this is true. I am a HK girl, at least. Alright, so we need 2 coats of white back on this. We need to tape up this hand. And we need to do 5 more successful cups of water marble, which I think is very doable, right? Do I have a comment about everything that went wrong with each of these nails that had some small thing go wrong with them? Sure I do. But it's, you know, like, I understand. You're very rarely going to get a water marble where every nail is actually the same. Like, there's too many little things and too many little things you have to do the same. The ring finger is, as far as this manicure I think could go, the ideal placement. But, like, that's not to say that there's, well, I was going to say that there's anything wrong with this one, but I am, if there's one thing I'm maddest about, it's that this one doesn't have any purple in the center. But that's also kind of my fault for choosing a poor spoke to work with. And that's the only nail that happened on. This one is perfect, though. Well, perfect in quotes. A top coat called Fast and Hard. Okay. Also, Dorky, hello. Cuticula. I like that name. Since you can't steal them from work anymore. Dude, gel pens are so nice. I love gel pens. I love pens. Who am I joking? I love pens in general. Alright. Our nail that had the unfortunate encounter with a piece of tape is repaired. Let's grab this. I'm not putting the tops back on all these. I'm just making sure that they're like on but not closed. Oh, smearing can be really frustrating. I mean, who doesn't snaggle just a pen or two every now and then from work? One place I worked, like, I actually asked when I was leaving. I was like, what are you guys going to do with this stuff? They're like, I don't know. You can take it if you want. So I have, like, a bunch of really, like, nice... Well, I don't even know what this thing is supposed to be, but, like, this thing that I just keep, like, miscellaneous nail polish stuff in. It's probably, like, supposed to be, like, a business card holder. And I've got, like, some other matching black mesh stuff like that. Flamingo, you're welcome. Oh, we were going to do flashlight time on the swatches, weren't we? Because Music Gal reminded me. Let's do that. If you want to see that, that'll just take 2 seconds. While this white is drying. Pens and pencils and office supplies and like, okay, phone, will you let me swipe to my flashlight? Oh, okay though. Oh. Y'all, I'm so glad that I have these in my life, giving me just all the rainbow feels. Yeah, enjoy your lurk. Hopefully we maybe get to see a picture of the nails when they're done. Oh my god, dude. Like, it's not just strictly hollow. I mean, although there is obviously like plenty of hollow, but it's like an underlying shimmer that's just really, really pretty, right? Oh. Yeah, that's a yes for me, please. Please and thanks. Yes, please to hollow. And like, they're less intense color here, of course, because a water marble is a very thin one coat, but they're still, I mean, they're still definitely visible in their individual colors, right? Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good rainbows. Office supply embezzlement. I remember one time I wanted like a large, like 120 pack or something of Prismacolors colored pencils, which are kind of expensive if you guys know. And I knew the lady that I ordered office supplies, and I knew they got like the business discount, which was like, I don't know, 40 or 60% or something. I was like, dude, like, is there a way, you know, you could order this and I could like reimburse you or something, question mark? And they were like, yeah. And like, I thought about it after the fact, and I didn't mean to be sneaky, but I eventually realized, like, I paid her, but like, she wasn't the one buying them, right? Like, that was like a good little side hustle for her. Oh no, buffering amethyst. No! You're not missing anything if you can still hear audio. I'm taping the right hand. They're nice. I mean, like, I'm not even a good artist. I still have them. Like, I mean, I still have the whole set. I used them for a while. Like, I was on a little coloring spree. But, I haven't pulled them out lately. They're very nice. I mean, they are to Crayola as Crayola is to rose art. Oh my god, little bug. The fuck? There's a bug in here. It landed next to me and then it flew away. It's like a gnat or something. It's not like a scary bug. But it is a bug that is going to die once I am not in a compromised position. Fuck you. I see you. You're right there. Can you guys see him? Is that on camera? It is. Die. Smooshed. Haha, I smooshed you. Okay. IRL Hollow Knight. Final boss complete. Fucking gnats. Why do you want to come into my nail polish area? You gnats huffing my nail polish fumes? You know, gnats could probably get high off of nail polish fumes pretty quickly, I suppose. If that was a real thing. Like, they're very small. Small gnat boy gets nail polish high. Or girl. Small gnat boy or gnat girl. I hate this tippy bottle. I like the latex, I don't like the packaging. This tape is not straight. Also, somebody is playing music outside. And I certainly hope that the mic is not picking that up because, haha, DMCA. Although I can't quite tell what the music is, so maybe the automated copyright bots also would be fooled. I don't know. Okay, this needs... I'm gonna need to clean this. It, like, doesn't wanna... There's like a goober in the neck. Okay. Where's my long tweezers? Because I can't close it, because this is in the way. Come on. Generally, I don't have too much of a problem with goobers and stuff. You see the rest of the thing is pretty clean, but that one was there, and it was like actually preventing me from closing it. It was so in the way. Streamer murders live on stream. That's not the first, and it won't be the last. Actually, like there is one. It's possibly one of the best clip titles ever. Nat today. Murder people arrive. Oh, I'm sorry you don't have any good snacks, son. That's so dumb. That either means that they put something stupid in the reels or somebody possibly took reels music and put it in a copyright thingy. Was I this close before? Do you guys want to be this close? I wasn't this close before. Right? Zoom in or zoom in? Zoom out or stay here? I'm gonna do my whole other hand. Out, yeah. I was gonna say, like, you can really see the water marble, but like it's a little bit much. Like that's way more reasonable. Instagram's confusing. Everything's also confusing. All that stuff is my least favorite part of being a creator or an influencer or whatever. Like, I like the creating part, believe it or not the SEO and, you know, the filters and the, you know, shit. Like, I just want to make cool stuff. I don't want to have to go through all that. I'm sorry, I'm just really admiring the fuck out of this one. Alright. Do we need to... let's clean the surface real well before we start our second hand. Also, I meant to say, battery, I'm sorry that you can't sleep, but I got distracted by the computer problems. But sleep is also important, as many of us know and many of us struggle with. That's super janky amethyst. I should have posted the galactic manicure on Instagram, but I don't think I ever did. Maybe I'll do that before I get this one up. I'm somewhat considering putting something else up on YouTube tomorrow, because like I don't want to miss a Sunday upload, because, you know, then it's like, well, then why should I even post at all? Because I missed my self-imposed deadline. But, like, I would really like to get some pictures of this in the sun in really good lighting to include with the tutorial. And aside from the fact that it's dark out now, it's going to be raining tomorrow. I find a lot of times companies, like, account recovery shit, or even, like, their verify it's you shit, is a very jank. Like, and then it doesn't always work properly, which is unfortunate, because that's, like, of all things, the one thing you would want to work properly. There's the, what are they called? Are they reels on Instagram? Like from your phone, like on a vertical phone perspective, which I already like. Maybe it makes me old, but I don't. Yeah, that newfangled exactly. Musical stories, reels. I don't know, whatever. Like even YouTube has like this short shit, and I did like a. As a boomer, I don't like these vertically recorded shit. Like, okay, landscape videos are supposed to be landscape. If that makes me a boomer, then so be it. So be it. Not that all like vertically recorded videos are like horrible or anything, but it just like on the surface it rubs me the wrong way. Also, like, I don't know. I rarely record stuff on my phone. Am I missing out by not making reels? I don't know. Maybe. Alright. I see a handful of bubbles actually in the water on this one. I guess too, in some of these cases, like as I'm considering the whole other hand and how I want to make this hand, like while I'm pulling toward the center when I make the center pull, like some of them are longer or shorter to begin with. I see these bubbles. I pull. Oh no! Can I fix that? I pulled out way too quick accidentally. God damn it. I'm gonna try to fix that. We'll see if it's fixable. I don't want to have to redo and start over. Also, that should have been my thumb, so that I had an easier time picking up bottles, tops, caps, lids, brushes, whatever the fuck. But I dipped my pinky instead. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that at all. Rippity doo dah. Do 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 do. Oops, sorry, nudged you. Maybe I should just redo. Oh, I don't know. Do I really think I'm gonna be able to repair that, like, and still have it be cute? Oop. This one has like, let's go over here, I guess. Oh, getting sticky. That turned out a little bit longer than I really wanted it, and it has a tiny bit of a curve to it. But it's fine. It's for polo right thumb. Super cute. Actually really good. Don't think it was the pull-out. Well, I don't know. I think if I'd pulled out slower, it could have fixed it. Because the thing is, a lot of times there's bubbles. See them? But like those didn't pop the way this one did. Or do you mean it was a hole? I think I would have seen if it was actually like a hole in the polish? Question mark? I don't know. Results say otherwise, apparently, but this thumb is very cute. A lot of purple, very symmetrical. Get a little bit, like almost like a lotus vibe, because you can see both of the petals on each side. Oh, I really like that placement. I like it a lot. I think part of the problem too, when there is a problem, and it's not a huge problem, but is that we're not getting 100% to the edge spreads. And these dry just fast enough that I don't want to take the time in most cases to try and pull it to the edges. Also, sometimes trying to pull it to the edges actually ends up with things getting more lopsided. So that impacts things a bit too. See, like here, well, you guys can't really see that, but you see like it didn't spread all the way here. And then when considering dipping too, sometimes that's a consideration. I kind of want to go for this one. Merp. Come on. Oh, it's crooked. Also, apologize for the sirens. I don't hate it. I shouldn't have dipped it like that. That's the only one I dipped like that, and it's the only one that's been crooked. All the other ones I've been dipping like this instead of like this. Fuck. I mean, it's okay. It's not like drastically crooked or anything, but I feel like that was preventable. Two to go. Oh. Princess low right thumb. All right. No, it's not the. I don't think it's the opacity at the edge. I mean, like, this is actually this thumb is a very good example. There's only one ring of color beyond the magenta that's at the edge there. So I mean, it's opaque. It's just it's got a weird spread to it. Probably also, I mean, I can tell the water's dirty at this point. That is very loud. Maybe I should be making more of an effort to like stretch it at like this point. We'll see. We'll see if this one turns out just like phenomenal. Okay. That had a hair in it. Well, not using that side. The rest of this actually is looking really good, though. Maybe I should have been taking the extra minute to stretch it. I didn't think it mattered. I did not think it was worth. I feel very shaky going in at this angle right-handed. Still slightly crooked. This one I'm less mad at, but that's also slightly crooked. Why am I having more trouble getting... Usually, I'm having a better time with placement on the right hand. Like, the left is more likely to end up crooked, but this one... Hello, please. It's just being quite stubborn. Okay, one more nail. Otherwise, placement on this is good, other than the slight crookedness. It's not as crooked as the other one either, but it is visibly crooked. Oh, lotus flowers on your toes. Cute. Wait, which one, Musical? The index or the pinky? I mean, there's a huge part of me that wants to redo both, but there's also a part of me that is like, oh my god, that sounds like so much work. Scoot, scoot. Okay. Last question mark 1. That one felt good? Question mark? It's crooked. What the fuck? I don't know how I should have chosen to do the right hand. I guess this one is straight, but it's off to the side a bit. Oh my god, one of the bubbles on the ring finger also just burst and left a wide spot. Why? Okay, you know what? We're banning those tweezers. The tape doesn't want to come off. You know, there was one finger on last year's that also was slightly crooked. It was like at the base. Hold on, do we still have this up? It's too shiny there. Hold on. Where's the actual window that has this? This little kink right there. That bugged the absolute living fuck out of me on that manicure. All the other ones were so good. And that wasn't even in the cup. That was like a stutter in the dip. That's how I feel about this. It's fine. It's fine enough, considering it is coming up on 11 o'clock at night. That's so fire. Wait a minute. The slang for current generation is pretty silly. I mean, isn't all slang silly to the people who are not of the generation that's using it? Or should I say generations? I guess I use some of the more recent quote-unquote slang. Also, can we take a minute to admire Bean's feet? I'm sorry, I had to touch his feet. These feet, the way he just have them like stuck out there. Are you warm, Bean? I probably should have moved his blankets, honestly. It's hot. He probably would appreciate a non-blanketed chair right now. the whole hand looks good. I mean, it does. Like I said, I said at the start, it's a water marble. Even if everything goes horribly wrong, like, it's gonna look good, right? Like, it's gonna be all right. Rotting Sky, I always use room temperature filtered water. Yeah, Amethyst said it. It does take some practice, but... And we were just talking about how half the practice... Well, I didn't actually literally say it, but half the practice is honestly dipping. It's honestly not that crooked, but it's extremely off-center. Same for the middle. And it's kind of interesting. It's like on the opposite side that they're like off-center too. The ring finger is slightly crooked, but is fairly well centered. And then the pinky just has this stupid little white mark. But look at Polo right thumb thriving. And this whole hand I'm pretty happy with. I think these bubbles should press flat pretty easily. The thumbs match amazingly well, especially considering the difference in their lengths. How did poor little right thumb get more magenta on the tip than the left thumb? I mean, I guess apparently just how I dipped it. How did I get those to match so well? Actually, poor little right thumb has a sway to the center line. Oh, you can see it perfectly from there. It's actually not straight at all. It's fine though. That's fine. That's fine. Also, our water is very pink at this point. Well, perhaps very is not the proper word, but it's quite pink. A lot of some kind of dye coming off there. Okay. Yeah, the beanie beans, the beanie bean toes. Say it was on purpose, yeah. I mean, even when you prep properly, like, things can go wrong. So prep is very important. All right, do we have a small... Maybe this actually is fine. Okay. Maybe I should have saved the purple for last. We'll see. A little bit of the coral, I think. We can call this fixed. I'm glad you enjoy, Aaron. I've taken kind of a break. March was really busy with nail art, and I also had a couple breaks I've been dealing with, so it's been like 2 weeks since I did a nail stream. But usually I like to do a nail stream at least like once a week, or sometimes even like twice a week. Now from there it looks very messy, but from other angles it like looks less messy. I wonder if I extend the purple that I fixed slightly more, it'll fade slightly more. Because it's hard to get as light of a touch as you get like from the color in the water. If I do a little... I think that's fine. And then for this ring finger, oh, Brooke, that's a good compromise. Alright, this bubble's mainly in a little yellow spot, so let's get out just a little bit of this. That's too much. It's fine. No longer a white spot. That's the main thing. The less is more too when working on like polish surgery. It's about fooling the eye. It's not about 100% fixing the problem most of the time. Alright, cleanup. Also, more helicopter noises. I feel like the helicopter has come and gone like 3 or 4 times during this stream. I got quite messy on this hand. Did I not put the latex down as far, or was I just having very messy dips? I feel like I don't even know. That feels like some leftover latex possibly, or is it just thick polish? Maybe just thick polish. No, that part is definitely leftover latex. Alright. Oh. Literally. Stop. Oh, this tape. Being very careful. This part. Come on, little latex. There we go. Let's zoom in a little bit. And we'll also do the bubbles while we're at it. We pause the music. Hey, Cindy. Yes, indeed. The Pastel Rainbows. We've been water marbling. I'm mostly happy. I always nitpick, but I really am, like, pretty pleased with how this turned out. Yeah, they okay. You think they're pretty now? All right, Cindy. Like, I was about to do cleanup, but you know what? It's always a good time for flashlight time. Oh. It's just like everything. Like, I'm not usually like a pastel fan, but if I'm gonna do pastel, like, excuse me, like, this is what's up. They're just so shimmery. I love them. I love them. What is... Poor plain dirty napkin. Okay. Clean up things. Scientific plus Holo on. I like Scientific a lot. It's... like, that's like, at first when I saw that and the pink one, I thought they were pastels, but they're really not pastels. Like, honestly, even in the bottle, these don't necessarily come off as pastel, but I think on the nail, they do come off as pastel. At least as a water marble. Some of the, like, individual swatches that I've seen, I don't know if I would necessarily call them pastel if I was just looking at them, you know, away from everything else. Like, a paler, lighter color, yes, but, like, actually pastel, I don't know. But, like, as a collection, yes. Scientific, yeah, Musical. Some of her names are a little cheesy or a little dumb or a missed opportunity. Hello, Banana Yellow for ban. But like some of the other names are like, okay, that's just really too good. Yeah, I'm not usually like a huge pink fan, but I like the pink too. I used those together when I got them. Once I'm done marbling all my nails, I'm going to go ahead and clean up using a Q-tip and acetone for any larger spots, then going in closer with my usual small brush and acetone. Once I'm finished with that, I'll go ahead and push flat any bubbles. So yeah. That's the other reason I would really like to get the Earthsake bundle, like just to see, like I know Sun had wanted to know if the gray was like actually a neutral gray or a cool gray or a warm gray. I'd be interested to see all that as well. Where is my cleanup brush? Here we go. Oops, I forgot to turn the music back on. I mean, I kind of don't know how to answer that. I mean, I'm not a nail tech, but it's also not a hobby. I'm a YouTuber, but yeah, I'm not like a pro. Not educated. And all you people that are like, no, you're a pro. Like, no, but I'm literally not, though. Like, there's literally like a definition of a nail pro, and I'm not it. Am I a relatively knowledgeable hobbyist? I'll take that. But I can't even remember the proper name for the cuticle. I'm certainly not a nail tech. Eponychium, hyponychium. Those are different things, and I don't remember which is which. Oh, this thumb. I should probably do a little bit of polish surgery on this thumb here also. Where we had that unfortunate popped bubble incident, and I see another little popped bubble at the cuticle. I'll focus on that maybe after the bubbles. First things first is making sure all of our edges are clean and smooth. Having a clean cuticle edge hides a lot of sins. Being careful not to over clean and expose white. That can be a problem with the white base sometimes. Let's smooth these out. These are not pressing very flat easily. They're stubborn. Gosh, do I actually want to try to like polish surgery some of these a little bit more? That's a tough call. There we go. That one finally went flat. Couple on the pinky here too. Maybe I should have pushed those flat before I did my second hand. I didn't expect them to get so stiff. Usually it's not a problem. Although it did take slightly longer since we were doing all single dips. So the second hand was an additional 5 cups versus like 2 or 3 cups. Might just have to live with those. Trying to do polish surgery might make them worse. Like they're as flat as I can pretty much make them. Hey, Math. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. We are in fact playing with rainbows. Having small, slight, moderate problems with bubbles. I don't really want to mess with them, especially because, I don't know. Most of the nails don't have many, if any, bubbles. I'm hoping that the rest of them just don't pop when we top coat, since there is some air left. A non-professional expert? No. Yeah. This one especially, like, the one in the green section, they really don't want to lay flat. The green one kind of already is like a hole almost. Maybe I should touch them up a little bit. I didn't want to do a whole bunch of polish surgery, because polish surgery, like, if you overdo it, then you've just fucked your manicure up in a different way, right? I mean, hopefully we don't fuck it up, but fuck-ups are always a possibility. Especially when your name is Colette MSLP. I'll see. I'll see how I feel once I finish cleaning up the other hand. How have the rainbows been? Well, Math, I'm glad you asked. The rainbows have been a little something like, yeah. They're really good. They're very shiny. Also, yeah. Shling. Boing, bling, bling, shling. They're good. Rainbows are good. Get a tissue, Amethyst. Don't let the holo bring you to tears. So yeah, there's been a couple issues. There's still a couple issues like the bubbles. I'm not quite sure what I want to do about them yet, but overall, pretty happy with the design and very happy with the polishes. And I also do think I might even go as far as to say they marble better than the original rainbows. It's been like a year, but what I do remember is that one of the reasons we went with the extremely simple design last year was, number one, to show off the rainbows, but number two, because we did have some drying issues when we tried some of the slightly more intricate designs. Like, I don't remember them being like, horribly bad, but like enough so that it was a consideration when working or when choosing the design that we eventually went with. Hey, Baby Pets from Dins. Yeah, I did say your name. Did you hear me say your name? Can I touch your tummy? Sleepy boy? Oh, sleepy long boy. You so sleepy and so long. Oh, and your eye is kind of gooby, man. I just cleaned out that gooby eyeball. Hello. No, it's okay. We're not super wet right now. We're not fully dry, but we're safe enough to pet the Bane. Not like probably around his face, because he would sniff at me and get mad, but we can touch the tummy. Polo right thumb thriving. Trick learning coming soon. Oh no. I still have batteries. I don't know if I'm gonna like wait until a rando where I have lack of access to the things I need to have lack of access to, or I might have to like debug my way to it. Of course, battery is also yet to provide me with a video learning reference clip or any instructions other than use Guy Fieri. So oh, thank you, Dins. I'm so glad you enjoyed. Like, it's just, I don't know. I'm like, we talked earlier about how like there can be salt in nail streams, but I mean, overall, nail streams are just very cozy. And water marbling, I could watch water marbling all day long. I could play around water marbling all day long. Just like different colors and different patterns and different fun things. Because when you're doing testing also, like you get the big test strip spot. Like I don't have to worry about exactly where I dipped my nail, because we're not dipping a nail. That was one of the best ones that I actually did. Like looking at this in hindsight, like look how wide that center purple is. And how straight and even everything was. This was one of the test strips that we did. Beanie cheers up everyone. He's such a good boy. Mr. Beanie. Mr. Gray Boy. I see your ears. I know you hear me. Hi, Owl. Welcome. Sometimes having something on in the background can be a welcome distraction. And by that I mean like just enough to distract you from any possible anxiety that might be around it, you know, not enough to just like, hopefully it's not enough to just, you know, have you completely procrastinating. The simple little pleasures energy. Yeah. There's yeah, a little bit less of that when cursing and gargling at rando. Or 106 for that matter. Although I didn't get too mad at 106 yesterday, except for a couple times. Spike Tunnel did me absolutely dirty. Number one. Well, I don't know if it was number one, but that's what I instantly think of. And a couple other places I got very angry. But that actually went pretty well. A lot of gray cats look very similar. Sometimes they have kind of like a rounder face, like a more of a kind of a cat face. Mr. Beanie, let us see your face. He's like, how about a profile shot? Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean. Hey. Hey. Yeah, you. Are you cute boy? He's like, stop. Only a little complete procrastination. That's I mean, you can't, well, you can. Taking a small break is not bad. As long as you're on track to get it done. A rotund face, yeah. Like that would make him look, Mr. Beanie. He's a good boy. He's so cute. Okay, I need another Q-tip here. I really made a mess of the right hand. Dipping wise, I think I was too stingy with the. Is this literally like the helicopter for the 18th time? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, I guess this also kind of illustrates how rarely I had my window open last summer. It was hot enough that I almost always had the air conditioning on. Because I don't remember having this many struggles when having an open window for stream. Oh, hey, beanie treats. Would you like treats, sir? I got 2 treats. Here's 1 treat. Here's 2 treat. Because I thought ahead and got out treats when there was the last treat redemption. Smort. Pro Strimmer. Ish. Maybe that would be. Pro Streamer ish. Okay. I mean, the thing with the learn skip thing is I anticipated people using it for just like the worst skips. Like sometimes I don't even need but like a nudge to learn a skip. Like that great slash thing the other day, like nobody used points for that. That was very satisfying. I assume that's already known, by the way. Like way long time ago, probably. Deciding how much polish surgery to do on these bubbles and things is a decision, a serious decision. Even here, like on the thumb. It's weird. These bubbles are kind of weird. Also, we turned off the autofocus a long time ago. Will you behave, focus? Maybe? No? Possibly? Look at that yellow. Like I tried to push it flat and it basically like popped and left a white hole. And a lot of these, even after pushing them flat, aren't laying like completely flat. Also, math, you also don't have to worry because plenty of other people spoil Beanie. Good night, Spacey. Thank you for hanging out. The Marissa audience skips? Wait, how many skips are in Marissa audience? A needle? I mean, not really. I'm also not happy with how that looks. All right. Why is this not? Okay. Like the part I was trying to remove is actually the part that did not come off in that little swipe. Like that. Okay. Stop that, because I actually went too deep and I got rid of some of the white. Okay, polish surgery time, y'all. More polish surgery. First, put the white back. Like that. Okay. Yeah, that's adorable. I love purr time. Alright, tiny bit of yellow for here. I think that helped. Do we want to do that same thing to the green, I think? Oh, there's that Jedi cat. I love that one. Oops. Okay, I think that helped the green as well. Do I want to do it on the blue and purple there? I don't think the blue and the purple one needs it as much. The pinky, I don't think the pinky really needs it. The thumb, there's lots to do on the thumb here. Okay, that needs a pink. Oh, I missed it. Musical. He might come back. He might have just gone for a snack. Hopefully so. I might have to, you know, he keeps like ditching out when I don't necessarily expect him to ditch out. I might need to add the Beanie Pets to the queue so that I can refund people if he dips out before I do the pets. Mr. Beanie, come back for pets. I would laugh if he actually came back. Sorry, am I on camera? Alright, then some pink. I also hate that even like my detail brushes, sometimes like their little bristles get wild. And then like they're not very neat anymore. Okay, and then a little bit of purple in the corner. Thank you. I think like it's going pretty good. That center one's okay. We'll add a little bit of more purple in the corner here. And then we'll look at the right hand side. And then we'll see if there's any other little cleanups that need to get done. That's pretty good. Perfect? I mean, no, of course not. Do I want to add a little bit more like pink there? I don't think I do. Right? I should just leave that one alone. Poor little right thumb needs a little tiny bit of yellow. Right, yeah. Yeah. See, the thing is, like, the bubbles are still... I mean, they're gonna be visible. Bubbles really... Sometimes you can press them flat and they're almost invisible, and other times you press them flat and they're still, like, very obvious. Oh, sorry. I'm clumsy. I keep hitting the camera. Definitely more like bubbles on this hand. Not a lot that are white, though, except for maybe that couple on the pinky right there. I think that section needs a little bit of green. Like that. They're just tricky. So you don't want to add too much because then it stops looking the same color as the water marble color. A little bit more acetone. Maybe a tiny bit of green on the center nail also. Right here. Yeah. All right. I think that will be enough polish surgery for now. And I will finish with the cleanup. Stop staring at it, Colette. My eyeballs go right to the spots that I know are problem spots. But it's because I already know that they're problem spots. It's not because they're that bad. How do you unknow what you know? Sleep on it and see if it still bugs you in the morning, I guess. Even though I still know in the morning, but I'm less likely to obsess about it. Yeah, well, the other thing too is like once you do top coat, it gets risky to do surgery too, because if you do, it becomes much more obvious, because you can also still see that clear layer of top coat like in between whatever the original design and your surgery, and that can be weird. One thing I do think I might want to, like, do I want to adjust that little bit of green? Can I get that with acetone? Can I get that off of there? That was probably a slightly incorrectly popped bubble too. Nope. I don't want to mess with it too much because I'm probably going to end up not getting the right spot and then just like making a hole. Stop while I'm ahead is a good rule that I've learned many times and that I have broken many times and that I am not going to break right now. Clean up a little bit more around these edges, especially where I did some of the surgery. Need to clean up the cuticle line a little bit more. I'm not still 100% happy with this thumb, but I don't want to mess with it too much. Uh-oh. Amethyst, be careful. I'm assuming you mean like either cutting it short or like around the cuticle. I definitely have gotten overly enthusiastic with Brooke, thank you. I've definitely gotten overly enthusiastic with the clippers before, like just out of a desire not to have to do it again. Like, let's just cut this as short as possible. And it's like, maybe I shouldn't have gone quite that short. We're just working on the final cleanup. We did a little bit of polish surgery. I'm fairly happy with this. I'm kind of disappointed I had so much bubbling on the right hand because I didn't have much on the left hand. Even though what I did have was like kind of serious. Like the middle nail was the main one that had so many bubbles, and they were big bubbles. But the rest of the nails worked out pretty well. Maybe a little bit more cleanup here on Polo right thumb. Oh, well, thank you. You're, of course, always welcome to lurk. Lurkers make the world go round, but chatters are pretty cool, too. Alright. There's a couple other places that are still have, like, a little bit of residue, but I think that'll come when I wash my hands. Some of it's just acetone residue at this point. Y'all, camera. Yeah, these are cute. Cute. Also, Fashioning, hello. Anybody who might have come in while I was like concentrating. Kalia, hello. Ego. Wow, was it like shift change or something? Like, I don't know. Everybody's coming in. Jay, hello. Whimsy, good morning? Question mark, maybe? I don't know. I know you said you had to stay up, so if you went to sleep after that, this would be an appropriate time to be waking up? Question mark? Yeah, rainbows. Okay, so for anybody who's not been here, these are the Holo Taco Pastel Rainbow Holos, and they're fucking phenomenal, and they are very, very shiny and very, very hollow and very, very good things. Camera does not quite know how to handle all of the sparkly rainbowness that's going on, but rest assured that it's all good shit. Camera, you really, I should have maybe turned the autofocus back on before I went to flashlight time, or back off. But yeah, we've been water marbling. Oh, GG on getting the second shot. I'm sorry to hear you're having side effects, though. I know the second one is when a lot of people do kind of get hit by it. Yes. In the equally phenomenal... Yeah, I actually had... this was on Beanie's chair, but then he almost kicked it off. The collection box is insane. It's like dappled water, oil spill, pastel rainbow situation. I like it a lot. It's just, well, actually we're kind of too zoomed in there, but... This is probably the coolest collection box yet. I mean, there was that one that was all purple, which of course I loved, but like that one's really good though. Oh, that sucks, Brooke. Yeah, I went through my own little journey of am I going to get the collection box or not, because almost looked like maybe I wasn't going to get them, and then I was going to be sad. And I was also going to be sad that my complete box collection was no longer complete, but now I don't have to be sad. Now I can just be rainbow glad. Do-do-do-do. Alright, let's do top coat. Get all you out of the way. Scoot out of the way, please. And we'll finish off with Seshvi. Oh, music. I don't know if there's a bundle for this collection yet, but there is usually a bundle that comes out, as well as you can buy them individually. Sometimes the bundles will go on sale for like a little bit of a discount. Yeah, their regular boxes are just like, I actually have like some over there of the smaller boxes. They're like a matte black with the Holo Taco taco CD combo, like all over the sides of them. And so this one on the inside, like the other ones on the inside are just like usually foam, but this one is also like extremely hollow on the inside, fancy, and then all the polish is in there, like pretty sturdy. I love the like watery, shimmery rainbows. Yeah, that was my going live tweet, was a shot of the like rainbow just like shoo. Yeah, I'm 100% a Holo Taco fangirl. Being on the PR list is like my proudest moment. Like, no, but it makes me feel pretty good to be able to share these with you guys. That Christine has deemed me good enough to spread the Holo Taco gospel. Yeah, I'm glad you got to see him too, Wim. We talked about, so we were looking at, also I'm going to turn the autofocus back off because camera be struggling. We were looking at the one I did last year with all of the other colors, the original OG Rainbow collection. And I wanted to do something kind of similar, but like also like not exactly the same. So like we got kind of more of a, we didn't really decide what we're calling the shape. Teardrop-ish shape? I don't know. It's similar but different and it's turned out very cute. Even the ones that didn't get exactly perfect placement dipping. Yeah, I mean, the struggle of only wanting a few polishes or only wanting to spend a certain amount of money, like when you're filling out an online shopping cart versus spend X amount to get free shipping, is a struggle that I have failed many times. Like, once I decide I'm like going to go in on a brand, I'm like, well, I guess that means I'm ordering enough for free shipping. So I definitely can feel that. All right. Top coat time. Once cleanup's complete, you can finish everything off with a top coat. And as usual, I'm using Seche Vite. I mean, these are already so poppin', but usually top coat makes them even more poppin'. Oh yeah, actually amping up the color, I think, considerably. That's real juicy. Alright, Seche Vite, I'm gonna need you to do your best Seche Vite thing for this nail. By which I mean self-level the fuck out of this, please. They're still gonna be obvious, but I'm hoping Seche Vite makes them less obvious. Might do a second layer of top coat just for like durability and in case any of the bubbles do create little craters. Colors definitely pop more with top coat. This nail at least is going to need one more layer. We'll do flashlight time too once I'm got both hands top coated. Yeah. Top coat. Do 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 do. Top coat. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Top coat. What is this little crusty on the lip of my Seche Vite? It'd be interesting to see. Like, back in the day, which I don't know if it's more of a commentary on holo formulas or top coat formulas, like, it was accepted fact and knowledge that top coat dulled a good holo finish. There was special top coat for holos. I wanted to get it, I never did. Enfuo's top coat. Y'all remember Enfuo? dating myself. But I don't feel like that's necessarily as much of a problem anymore. I mean, we'll see when I pop out some flashlight time here in a minute if you guys feel like it's less hollow than it was. But I mean, I don't feel like Seche Vite's formula has changed that much in the intervening years, so much as companies have gotten better at doing hollow. So we did get a couple like dimples or craters on that one. So I am going to do a second coat of top coat. Wow. Yeah, well, the other thing too is like free shipping is so common that when you have to pay for shipping, you almost feel like you're being scammed or taken advantage of or losing out or something because you're so used to having free shipping. I did an order from Walgreens the other day, and like Honey found me like a 25% off discount, but with the 25% off discount, it wasn't eligible for free shipping even if you were over the amount. But the overall cost was still lower, but I still had to wrap my mind around paying for that shipping in order to get a lower overall price. It was like just actually horseshit. Like I'm like, brain, that doesn't make sense. And brain's like, but I don't want to pay for shipping. I'm like, but brain, this is cheaper this way. Pay for shipping, overall order is cheaper, everything's okay. And brain is like, but I don't want to pay for shipping though. All right, one more coat. Nice thick coat. Like very, you know, we talked about the blue and the pink being cotton candy vibes. But these also kind of give me cotton candy vibes, like the place that has like the flavored cotton candy. Like there's like the stands that just have like the regular ass cotton candy, like the old school pink and blue. Well, I guess pink is like the oldest school and blue is like second oldest school or whatever. I don't know. But then there's like the cotton candy stand that sells the cotton candy that's supposedly flavored, that's in a bunch of different colors that are like pastel colors. What's that little goober on the side there? I don't like that. Whoop. Come back here. Orange stick, please. That. Get out of here. Anyway, these remind me of the flavored cotton candies from the fancy cotton candy stand. Which I suppose all cotton candy that's colored is going to be pastel because of the air that's in there. Like the actual like cotton candy sugar that you put in the machine is probably just like regular color colored. Regular color colored, like as in not pastel colored. But then like once you whip all the air into it, well, whip is perhaps not the proper term. Spin. No, I mean the brain is capable of logic, but like not always. Or like a special brand of your own personal logic that's not actually logical. I mean, your brain just likes to fool you too. Remember, I used to watch that show sometimes. It's called like Brain Games or something. And it would talk about like all the ways your brain can fuck with you. Also, like I don't know, you guys could probably maybe hear the sirens. I apologize. It sounds like literally like a police chase. I can hear the vrooms and stuff too. Unfortunate. The people have to act like such idiots just because it's nice outside. Okay. And Polo right thumb who somehow developed a bubble right in literally the middle of her forehead. I mean, it's not a forehead, it's a nail. But like, okay, where did that come from? Anybody want to tell me where that came from? I'm not fixing it, because it would only make it worse at this point. Maybe I should try to fix it. How? Where and how did that come from? Okay, I'm going to try and fix it. I know I literally just said I wasn't. Wasn't going to try and do it, but I am. Polo right thumb, if this fucks it up worse, I pre-apologize to you, my poor little small finger. It won't go in there. I'm like drawing right over the top of it and it's just, it's worse. How? I cry. Yeah. Fuck though. This is why we don't try to fix things, y'all. That. But like, what am I supposed to do about that? Ignore it? Try to poke in there with the very tippity tip of the fucking brush? Like, what actually the goddamn? Also, I feel like probably the magenta. Alright. I've learned my lesson about trying to use orange sticks for tiny dots, though. Okay. Okay. Oh, my hand is not steady enough for this. Oh. Did that? I mean, it's almost in the right spot. Okay. Question mark? That's not a white dot anymore. Now it's a colored dot. An idea from Dino. We're not putting a rhinestone on it. Did that help? That helped. That helped. I dabbed it twice with a barely wet acetone Q-tip. That's as good as it's getting, I think. That's as good as... Stop. The first one was with the purple, but it was so dark that I switched to the magenta. The purple magenta. So the magenta is what I used that time. Like, I don't feel like there's no purple in the middle of that. I mean, this one is one that has no purple. But it's a very thin amount of purple. Compared to, like, a nail like some of these. No, okay, that's fine. That's acceptable. We're rolling with it. We are accepting of that. Poor little right thumb. You're a trooper. Truly. No nail is as abused as you are. Polo right thumb just always has some kind of problem. Like, it's still there, but I 99% of the time will prefer a colored dot over a white dot, just because. Holo top coat wouldn't fix that Dino. Unless I, like, specifically took a flaky and microscopic surgically, you know what I'm saying, placed it over the hole. Microcellulose is used to make dynamite. Wait a minute. What? Did I miss something? It is the gamer thumb. Much gamer. Not much nail. Like, even compared to the left one. I don't know. I use my hands differently, I guess. I mean, the left hand doesn't have a game callus either. Not cute. My not cute gamer callus. But yeah, like, I definitely, like, handle the face buttons differently than I do the D-pad. All right, you guys. From 0 to Holo Rainbows in 5.5 hours-ish. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I mean, okay. Back to our previous conversation. That's not less hollow than it was before for putting on a top coat. It's not. It's still, it's possibly even more hollow. Dude. Also, I can't even see the bubbles. All I needed was a flashlight, and I can't even see the bubbles. Don't even need to worry about it. Yeah. Is very shiny and very, very nice. I'll have to see once I'm done with stream and I get to take in some other pictures how these show up. I mean, from going by that, I would assume that they will love the camera flash, but nothing compares to sunlight for holo. Threatens toothpaste with nail polish. Man, battery, are you okay? Gorgeous. I keep being like off center here and like slightly off frame and feeling awkward, but yeah. Oh wait, I missed some shit about TSA taking toothpaste. TSA, man. Like, I missed my trip this year, but I'm also like glad I didn't have to deal with like airports and TSA stuff. Okay, so next things. I don't know what's going on tomorrow. Monday is my day off. I don't know what's going on next week. Probably another nail stream Wednesday or Thursday, depending on how this wears. Hopefully this wears nicely. We were talking about like doing some stuff with, did I ever like lay hands on the other, is it in here? No. I don't know where the other colors are that I want for this, but like we'll find them. Oh no, wait, here's the black. And here's the navy blue. Right? So, picture a gradient of these. The blue is so, or maybe just those, or maybe just those. Anyway, with a base that's this color but isn't this glittery but is shimmery. I don't know where that is, but like it can't be that far, right? Like it's somewhere. It's somewhere near. But like base like this, and then like maybe just like down like a racing stripe down the center that's like gradiented in these colors. Like I need this juicy turquoise in my life. Other than that, like I have some notes. I wanted to play some more with the Color Club neons. I have like literally 4 or 5 ideas that are neon rainbow, but also I want to combine. So for anybody who wasn't here at the start of stream, actually, let's Let's do this. So we've got the current collection. Whoa, not that far. Y'all don't need to see that much of me. And then we have the original collection. And everything like matches up. Right? So we have two full-on juicy holo rainbows. And I would like to do something involving all of that. Like maybe a gradient with these and a gradient stamp with this on top of it. Or maybe a two-toned reciprocal gradient. Or maybe like, I don't know, like I could think of several things. Like maybe some sort of a drip marble sort of a thing. This would be a lot of colors to drip marble with. I could like gradient them across my nails, though. I could do like 4, and then 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 4. I don't know exactly. But like, they go together to, like, ideally to not do something with all of them, right? I mean, I don't think I'm alone in feeling that way. I don't know though. Like what specifically? Are my nails long enough to do a rainbow gradient right now? Maybe. Oh, hi there. Oh, hi there. Was it a treat or a pet, Musical? I think it was a treat. Or was it a pet? I'll do some pets. And then if it was a treat, tell me that. Hello there. Are you going to come over here? Yeah? Okay. Okay, it was a pet. Let's have some good Beanie pets. Mr. Beanie. Can you turn around and show your face to the camera, sir? Instead of your butt end? Hello. Mr. Gray Boy. Can you sit? There we go. Just, okay, or stand. That's also fine. Hello, sir. How are you today, Mr. Bain? Are you interested in the nail polish? I'm surprised you're even sniffing them that closely, sir. Because I guarantee he would not want to smell my nails. See, he's like not... I don't know why you're sniffing the bottles when you don't want to sniff my nails. Mr. Bainey, he's a good boy. Your eye is so gooby right now. I'm going to clean it off as soon as we're done streaming, buddy. Nope. Oh, that's all. That's all the bean we have to have today. That's all the... No, don't leave... Well... Was nice while it lasted. Yeah, I don't know. He was sniffing like... Oh, I know probably what he was doing. Maybe he didn't quite make it there, though. I'd put out a couple more treats right over here. Maybe that was what he caught a whiff of, but then he was confused because most of the desk smells like nail polish. Also, you know what? Let's do one more. Before we go, for anybody that missed out earlier, one more flashlight time on the whole ass collection. The whole ass both collections. Words are not necessary. All you need to do is look at the colors and let your brain just... Good feelings. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 All right. Let me find somewhere to send you guys. Let's see what is going on in the Twitch universe today. Let's move this over here so I could see it. Oh, hey, we could go there. That might be a good place to go. Leaning on my elbow. I've been forgetting myself more and more lately and letting myself lean on my elbow. And then, like, noticing it later in the day when I'm having, like, arm pain. I need to just be very aware of it and not let myself be not aware of it at any time, because I'm apparently, like, sensitive to it now at this point. I mean, I, like, never had a problem with it majorly until I did, whatever that was, a few weeks or a few months ago. And now it's like it bothers me a lot fairly quickly unless I'm like very, very mindful about it. I do not think that oh, did you miss? Okay, no, we can do one more flashlight time for you, Math. Considering my flashlight's right here and I kind of happen to enjoy looking at shiny things. So these are the two collections. The original rainbow collection and the pastel rainbow collection. And they're both very, very, very sparkly. And gargle worthy. What is that one with the shiny Cthulhu eyes? Wow. 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 And with the top coat, these are also like more shiny than they were. But I was talking about how I want to do something with both sets of rainbows. So like these are pastels and then these are like, is there a word for just like the middle of the color spectrum that's not pastel and it's not like vampy? Standard. That's the standard rainbow. And everybody is hoping, I think it's safe to say already that everybody is hoping that next year around this time we will get a third set of rainbows that is vampy rainbows and that is a step darker. Dude, I would just like, like, I mean, you know, I kind of already do that, but like I literally would. Mid-range value. I was hoping there was like a cooler word. No, thank you, Musical. Frankenhol. Yeah, it seems like I've considered frankening together the holiday glitter holos, because I really liked the one that Christine did. Like, she did a video on it and I was like, dude, that's a beautiful color. But I haven't tried mixing together like these, but I would love to see like another deeper rainbow next year. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. But for right now, my mind's going to be percolating with what I want to do with these together. I'll confess, I'll show you guys. Like, I have my plates out. I was looking at my plates with the consideration of like maybe gradient with gradient stamping. I don't know though. We shall have to see. Please feel free to join Discord if you're not already there. Of course, it's open to everybody. Post pictures of your cookies and post pictures of your nails and look at other people's cookies and other people's nails and, you know, get them good brain juices. For now, I'm going to send you guys over for more nail art over to Nani. And we can simple little raid, of course. We can no longer do it in rainbows, of course, because Twitch is a dick, but feel free to drop the beanies or drop whatever is your personal favorite. You're welcome, Math, everybody. Yeah, I'm going to get some food and some sleep, try to call it a somewhat early night. I also need to figure out something to put up tomorrow. I kind of want to hold this till I can get some sunlight pictures to include, which, like I said, even if I stayed up until tomorrow morning when the sun came up, it's raining tomorrow, so I'm probably not going to be able to get any morning sun pictures. Plus, taking morning sun pictures when the sun angle is super low always like doesn't come out as nicely as like if you get out there in the noonday straight coming down at you sun. Oh, you know, maybe Maybe I'll do the Peely compilation. That shouldn't take that long to edit together, actually. And that wouldn't have necessarily an archive to go with it, so I wouldn't have to have anything else. And then this could go up on like Tuesday or Wednesday. People like Peelies. I don't know. I've never done a video like that. It's about to start counting me down in a minute. I should have had these musings before I started the raid. Have a lovely rest of your day, whatever time of day it is for you. Enjoy all the good brain juices, and I hope I'll see you next time. I got cut off there. I am 99% sure. Yay for being cut off.
Oh my gosh.
Battery just goes in gargling.
Hi, Colette.
And of course, if you are in the future
Raiders,
watching on
welcome on
YouTube,
Mom, can you do
you
us
probably
some
already
please?
know whether this went up on Sunday or whether something else went up
We're
in its
playing
place
with
and it went up on
neons.
Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever the hell happens.
I got
'Cause
the
this will go up
Zoya
after
neon
the edited
collection.
tutorial. But in any case, please
So
feel
these are
free
the
to
5
subscribe
that we
here
chose
on
for the
YouTube
manicure.
for
But
edited
it's actually a
tutorials
collection of
as well
6.
as these archives.
This
But
is
if
one
you
that
would
we
like
did
to
not
join me live
use.
for nail art,
Lars, thanks
as
for
well
the
as
shout.
games, it's twitch.tv/Colette
Lars,
MSLP. I hope
But
you all
welcome on in,
enjoyed,
Raiders. We
and thanks
are
for watching.
actually getting close to